Yep. Doing this little after shindig, I guess. The after shindig. Woo! Gotta love it. We're gonna use technology over here. Love that little love that AI shit, man. How's y'all doing today? Oh man, how's y'all doing, man? How's y'all doing? How's y'all doing? A little after party here. Keep me entertained while I type my life away. Oh my goodness. Oh man, I gotta go through all this shit. Restore my shit, man. Restore my shit. Please do. All right, what's up, PK? Baby Smooth. I'll put the link in early. Keep talking whatever y'all want to talk about. Anybody want to support the channel, even though nobody pays any attention to the ticker? What's up, fellas?
What's up, salutations, greetings. Heard the party was up here. Yay, yay.
Yo, you gotta have a little bit of party, get the Bacardi for the party, man.
Yeah.
Get the little Bacardi for the party. It's kind of funny because I came to work kind of late. The sleep was too good, but I didn't get to sleep till like get back to the house. Not even sleep, but back to the house till 2:30 because I was teaching driving and looking at new houses. So it is what it is. Can't complain. Life is cool. See, we don't complain over here. Shoot. Minimize this.
You're gonna have to forgive me because I'm at work my damn self right now. So if I'm not talking, because I'm doing work.
Well,
But
my man used to say, I'm employed, but I don't know about the working part.
oh shit, I gotta work. I ain't got no choice. Comes with the territory.
I mean, I
If I
gotta
don't
work
work, I
myself
don't
too,
eat.
but I mean, same here. I just don't stress I don't sweat the technique anymore, man. Just the
Yeah,
fact
no,
that
that's because you get all the money. You rich.
shit.
Call you big. We call you Big Dollar Charles.
I call you a motherfucking liar. Shit. If you rob me,
Oh
you
man.
practice a nigga. You rob me, you practice a nigga. That's the one thing I'm gonna tell you. Shit.
I
I'm
ain't gonna
making other
rob
people.
you. I ain't gonna rob you because I don't want them kind of problems.
My man said I'm changing. He said I'm changing from sandal to general bootstraps. Jesus Christ. Oh shit. Oh shit. You ain't shit for that sad dog. How you doing? How's the wife and the little
Sand dog need
girl?
to get up here. No, Sand dog need to come up here if he gonna be saying that. I mean,
Oh my
how
god.
long's it been since we last heard Biggie Smalls up in this motherfucker? Oh,
Man,
baby.
I'm gonna tell you,
That never
man.
gets
It's
old.
life. Life is funny
Indeed.
when you have ill-prepared people trying to tell you how to live life. You know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of shit. What's up, Sam? No, what's up, Snowman? Who else we got in the
Salam
building?
alaikum.
Yeah,
Yes.
Smooth, baby Smooth. I mean, you got a
Sandal
lot of.
came up.
Huh? What was
I
that?
was asking, I was asking if Sandal came up.
No,
He
Sando
can
will be
come
coming
up.
up soon. If he's
Hopefully
ready
he
to,
can.
he'll come up on his own when he's ready.
Hopefully he can. But you know,
Inshallah.
I'm gonna and me and
Yes, Scotty.
Sando talked offline recently, and I'm gonna come up
Yeah.
with a live stream. I'm gonna come up with a live stream probably tomorrow. And you know what that live stream is gonna be titled? It's gonna be
What?
titled "The Disney Movies Affected the Boys Worse."
Man, I've been meaning to like have that discussion with Mr. Z, but you know shit happens. Also, it doesn't make any sense for Wyclef to be beefing with Nipsey Hussle, but it is what it is. I just gotta go there. Hysterical.
I mean, you gotta look at things on a fundamental scale, man. You gotta look at it on a fundamental scale. A lot of this fuck shit that a lot of young men do is because they get their temperaments from their mamas, and and I understand R Star G's point. I get honestly getting tired of people messing with BGS. See, back in the day, in the early Manosphere days, we used to debate any and everybody. Those were
Mm.
fun. At least they used to be. You know what made it not so fun is when people just became stupid. And what really happens is that we got away from things that made sense, things that were undeniably true. When I
Hmm.
start hearing 22-year-olds talk about how do you know if the sky's real, I'm like, oh my God, where the fuck are you? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't be serious until
What
you
is your
realize that
malfunction?
how do you know we have planets and stuff like that? When Galileo had a microscope in the 1500s, yeah,
Telescope.
that should tell you some shit, right? But because people rather lean to their own understanding and ignorance, you're gonna get stupid ass people. And they're like, well, you can't you can't always go by what the government says. But okay. Why would the government have you as a free people? What would they get out of it?
Hmm.
Wouldn't the government wouldn't the government benefit more if they had your subjugation?
Hmm.
So why not subjugate you? Well, it's sad because you're dealing with a less intelligent populace, and
How do
it
you know if
shows
you're not
that.
being subjugated at this very moment?
And I'm pretty damn sure our ancestors in America had it much worse than we did. Can't
Oh,
quote me
indeed.
on that. Can't quote me on
There's
that.
no need to quote him for that because I'm gonna back him up 110%. He absolutely right. So anybody who say different, something's wrong with y'all. That's common sense. Anybody
What
who
if I
think
were to say,
people
what
before
if,
us had it worse
Mhm.
than we got it now, you're an idiot if you believe it.
What if
And
I
the
were to
sad
say
thing,
something like this, though? What if I were to say, yeah, they had it worse, but the things you guys are being subjected to is something beyond their comprehension? Because there's a
here's the
difference between direct subjugation and more if it's and one's that is more covert. You know what I'm saying?
you know what's worse than that?
By all means,
I'll
explain.
tell you.
Tell me.
To cut my arm, to cut my hand off and hand me a bandage and say I should be grateful. That's even worse.
Tell me about it.
Say it
And that
again, black man. Say it again for the people
I'm
in the
gonna say
back.
it again for the I'm gonna say it again for the niggas on the back. To cut my hand and give me a bandage and say that I should be grateful. That's what we're getting. When you have divestors and swirlers talking about and love who you want to love. I don't care. That's your business. But don't ever sell out the truth. Don't ever sell out the truth. And that's what I'm starting to hear about in today's media is that people sell out the goddamn truth. And what happens is that when you sell out the truth, you deny yourself your humanity. You're giving other people the right to complain about shit that they actually use to subjugate you. And the more and more we do this shit, the more and more we put ourselves down on the totem pole. Well, they're complaining about slavery. They're complaining about racism. Why? Because it still affects our asses. You can't think about it. Indian guy gonna come to you and tell you, "Oh yeah, we got it worse because we're coming from a different country." And I'm like, "Motherfuck you! You expect to get more from this country than the motherfuckers who actually built it?"
Ask about the South Asian indentured servants.
Exactly. When and I tell people,
I mean, I'm not just talking about, they weren't just, the Brits were taking thousands of South Asians throughout their various colonies, whether we're talking the South Pacific, because people forget there are a lot that are South Asians in the South Pacific, especially like Fiji, or if in the Caribbean. Hell, look at Guyana. The head of state over there, he's South Asian actually. You've had South Asians in Trinidad, Jamaica, and whatnot. And what were they? Why were they sent there? To undermine black power. After after blacks were freed from slavery, they brought these people in and replaced the labor that way easily. Same thing with South Asians who were brought to East Africa, especially to work on the British rail lines that connect Cape Town all the way to Cairo. No one talks about that. No one talks
like,
about how they were able to, after how these people were somehow able to make something of themselves while at the expense of blacks and how blacks were being undermined in the process.
think about this, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many towns were robbed of their wealth, like Rosewood, like Tulsa? How many family farms
Roy,
and
Illinois.
institutions were robbed? Think about it. Every time black people try to get ahead, you want a separate, we said, fine, fuck it. We'll leave. We don't want to be around you either. As soon as we start making it, look who has to come and try to steal the wealth. And to have disingenuous motherfuckers literally say, well, it's not that bad. Black men are more dangerous.
Says who?
When you can start comparing black men to wild animals, the fucking argument gets very murky. Like, are we that dangerous? If we're that dangerous, stop having kids with us.
What the hell you think King Kong was about?
Is this what's up? Is this the bear? I'm saving with the bear discussion.
Partially, yeah, a little bit, but it's an open discussion, open topic because it's like it's more so just the stupid shit that I've heard in the last decade in this space, where progressively And honestly, let's just talk about, let's just keep it 100. You know, shout out to Marcus. A lot of shit that's been said by the opposition, if you will, sometimes we got to look at it as a waste of our fucking time and space and thought. It's like, really, you don't want anybody else's thought process. And I tell people all the time, I tell my wrestlers all the time, I'm not teaching you how to think. I'm just saying, think. Why would she say this shit? Why would modern women say this shit? You know why? Because you're doing such a good job of protecting and providing that these idiots don't even know what's good for them. And
I
as a
believe the word
man,
one would look. Oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I believe one thing people have to understand is like some people get way too comfortable with that protection and think that they can just do whatever they want and say whatever the fuck they feel like saying because no one's introducing consequences. No one's explaining to them, hey, you do this, this is what's going to happen. Boys are taught from a young age, are taught about reality from the very beginning because we have to learn that for our actions, there's consequences. Girls still don't. And they're still allowed to act the way they think and they feel that they're entitled to say whatever they want they say. You know, I
This is
mean,
the
not
reason
to be.
why. This is the
Go
reason
ahead.
why commonly I think that we should stop giving our energy to certain shit. Once in a while, we may be like, you know what? For viewers and for shits and giggles, you got
Hmm.
me for right now. And
I got the best example. It's a story that Patrice O'Neill talked about when he was with his girl one time. They were in the mall. Now, Patrice's girl, Vonda Carla Brown, was arguing with another man, right? With a brother. Now, Patrice, mind you, Patrice is 6'4", was 6'4", 6'5". He weighed anywhere between 325 to 400 pounds. He sees his woman, who's like 5'8", arguing with another dude who was like got to be 6 foot or something. And she talking down at both sides of the mouth, just getting his fight, barking like any black woman, despite the fact she's half white. What does Patrice do? Sees that shit, just gets up and walks in the opposite direction. His girl realizes he just walked away. She runs after him. And she's like, yo, why did you walk away? He could have, he could have what? If you knew he could have caved in your face and then look at me and all I have to do was just do nothing. Why would you get into that man's face like that? You have to learn respect, woman. Don't ever think you can be very comfortable in my presence. I provide and protect you, yes. But that doesn't mean you have to lose your respect for me. Either, like you said, Charles, either we lead or we leave.
I think that should be a
I heard
T-shirt.
this somewhere before.
That should be a T-shirt that everybody should carry for a banner.
Yeah,
Because
because I
first,
heard this before once or twice from a smart man. A smart man once said that once. I heard that saying. That's a good saying.
I wonder where you heard that from. Uh, I'm just simply put it. That's the first thing I tell women. Either I lead or I leave. There's no fucking reason I need to come. I need to come and argue with you. I need to fucking say. Women always tell me I need a leader, and just like the one pretty chick I talked to, who's in the military, which made me laugh. So, do you think that you should challenge whatever the leader says? Well, it depends on what. So what does it depend on?
Hold on, did she say depends like the underwear the old people got to wear?
Yeah, depends on granny panties, those old underwear, old adult diapers. You want
I'd ask, I'd ask the leader, where are we going? Where is this leading to? Because there are some people who try to impose their will on you. You got leaders, and then you got tyrants. You know what I'm saying?
and here's the part about it. You can't do that with women because they'll swear up and down every dude they're with is a tyrant.
When they don't like it, yeah. But they don't realize, no, you're not a tyrant. Until there are genuine tyrants, they'll overlook them so long as they get with the goodies and benefits. And then if you're doing the right thing and being righteous about it, and they don't see the payoff because they're so caught up in their own bullshit, they just think that you are just a jerk, a narcissist, a tyrant, a sociopath. Call you any and every single name in the book, and it's merely just so they can paint you out to be the bad guy, so they don't have to be held accountable for their own bullshit.
And it gets old. I'm not gonna lie to you, it gets fucking old.
Oh,
Whereas
indeed, it
though
gets old.
whereas though you say you want this, and I'm convinced women don't want shit.
You ever had a situation where you ask a woman, why did you do that? And all she says is because. And then you look at it like, because what? Because. What is that supposed to mean? Okay, I ain't got time
And,
to
and
explain
that's
to you
the
later.
and that's the fucked up part about it. I ain't got time for this shit. Like when Shorty says, well, I said, well, why's the guy's an asshole? Did he go to school? He has a degree. He quit his job, and I was paying the bill. So why would you reward him with a baby? I always say, what time frame did you get pregnant? Because if you look at women's vetting process, it's pretty fucking shitty. Pretty fucking shitty. And there's
Women's
always an
criteria
excuse.
for vetting is much different than men's criteria when they look for women. And honestly, without men's oversight, their vetting process would be even worse than what it is now. It's bad now, but it could be worse. Let's just be honest.
It's horrific, man. It really is. When you get down to it, if you truly ask women what the fuck they look for in a man, they have no fucking clue. They have no fucking
It's
clue.
based. It's there are three main. I can tell you what it is. They don't know how to articulate it. I do because I've seen it too many times. There's really only three things that most women tend to look for in a man: black, white. It doesn't matter the race or persuasion of women. There's a fourth thing too, but that's kind of like they don't know that initially. They find that out by virtue of getting into bed with a man, and we all know what that is. But there are really just three major factors, and that's how he looks, how much money he makes, and how he makes her feel. Those are the
Mm-hmm.
three things. Everything else is extras or
Don't forget
detriments.
status.
That's it.
Don't
Now, if
forget
you
status,
if you
fam.
can, well, status is connected to wealth in their eyes. That's how that works. You can actually bypass status with wealth. That's why you see on either side of the socioeconomic divide, if you have money, it trumps status. So
Well,
it also
well,
works in
money
the
gives you
inverse as
status.
well. Right.
Money gives you status because that's an automatic thing. It doesn't mean that that's the only way you get status, but it gives you status. The reason why is because there's certain shit you can do with money. And let's be fucking honest about a lot of shit. When it comes to women, Let's look at this. Women care about themselves. They look at the world from outside, well, inside, then out. Men look at it from out, then in. That's why men are very very good at looking at danger, because we got to look at the world. There's severe consequences if me and PK start disrespecting each other. You feel me? So
Yes, sir.
whether he could beat me up, or I could beat him up, whether he could stab me, shoot me, I could do the same.
Hello? Is it just me? Did you cut out?
I'm back. When you have women who are
Went
not
nowhere.
when you have women who are not intelligent enough to see this shit, I mean, they don't care. You know, I had a young lady, my godson told me about his best friend's lady. And she said, well, I could be able to talk to anybody I want. I should be able to do this and I should be able to do that. And she said, well, can't you fight? So why would I be worried? And at that moment, and this is what scares me about young men. This is what scares me about young men. You should know when to leave that bitch. You need to start telling young men it's okay to leave a bitch.
Take a L. But that sounds too much like
Arguably,
right.
yeah, that's fucked up but funny.
No.
We don't have.
Hear me out. PK, hold on a second, PK. Just hold on.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
Just bear with me. The thing I'm trying to say is basically a lot of young men don't know how, need to learn how to take a L. I remember Patrice used to say, you got to learn to take a L, like let this go. Some guys don't want to because the whole notion, like, yeah, if it doesn't work out, it's always going to be your fault. And guys don't want it to be their fault because they're just like, because they've been trained in such a way to think like a female, they try to avoid accountability. But they understand they're going to be held accountable for this shit. So they said, I'd rather be in this relationship than to have to take a loss and have to hold the blame on this one. Some guys don't want to self-reflect and learn from their mistakes until it's too late. Some people got to learn the hard way. Get them a helmet. Life is hard. But go ahead, PK.
Appreciate it. We don't have any particular system or sets of roadblocks or guardrails for men in this society. They're thrown in the deep end and told to figure it out, and that leads to bad outcomes. The same is not true for women. They're coddled at every turn. Now, I know that a lot of feminists don't like to hear that, but that just is the case. It's always been the case to some degree, but when it comes to relationships, especially in this day and age, there are extreme negative outcomes associated with that, especially by virtue of the fact that they're raised primarily by women and filtered feminist messaging and propaganda at every turn. So it's sad, but to tell a man that he has any sort of type of worth, value, expectations, or standards out of a woman is essentially you're trying to reverse engineer everything that he's known up until this point in his life, wherever you find him at any age. And the later that you try to filter the correct information to that man or young man or child, is the less likely you are to be even able to reprogram. So, for instance, if you were to tell a man at 40 that you probably should break up with a woman who's treating you poorly, Yet he's gone his entire life serving women. He would they very well see you as an enemy, as a person who's trying to destroy his life and everything he knows. And unfortunately, there's not much you can do about that. It's when you get them younger, you can actually try to reverse engineer some of this, but for the most part, after a certain age, it becomes less and less likely to do. It's much more difficult unless it's in their face, destructive to their own lives. And even then, sometimes they still won't get the message.
It's that fear. Remember, there's a fear of starting over. This is why Kevin Samuels was what he was. He's had to reinvent himself. He had to reinvent himself so many times, and was able to not be afraid to change and reconfigure his trajectory, reconfigure his course of action, because he knew where he wanted to get to, but he realized, okay, this pathway isn't helping me. I'm gonna have to try something else. That's why he was able to do so many. He was able to occupy so many occupations in the corporate world until he found his niche. But he understands and not to be afraid to rebuild yourself. I mean, especially considering he did overcome, was it Hodgkin's lymphoma? A lot of people forget that, like, KS was a cancer survivor, and that was the motivation he needed to rebuild himself and rebuild his life. A lot of people are so scared to start over because, the whole sense of failure, the whole sense of inadequacy, it plagues our minds. People forget men have to burden a form of shame that women don't have to. We're always fearful, and the male ego is the way being structured, is formed the way it is, that we're always fearful of being criticized or being seen a certain way. Our insecurities to get the better of us. I mean, even if you could like something, for example, and especially if you're especially with the sense of hypermasculinity or some forms of pseudo masculinity, any certain things you might be into, people just dump on it and say, "Oh, that's gay. That's gay, or that's fruity, or that's this, that, and the third. That's feminine, or you a sissy, or something like that, or things like that." Some people clowning on those of us who are into gaming and saying, "You're just a little kid. You're a kid old. You're not a man. You're a kid old." Or if you like comic books, or if you're into modern dance or something like that, if you're a dance enthusiast, you like to go salsa, you like to do, go to take salsa classes because you're into that. They think you're effeminate like that. No. Or if you're into some kind of martial arts, they think you're just a dork.
I mean,
Or
because you know why that is? It's because
please tell me.
when a man has a hobby, you don't have time worshiping and kissing her ass.
If that ass is real, especially nowadays,
And that's
whether
all
or
it
not that
is.
ass is real, excuse me.
Why do you play the video game so much? So I don't have to hurt people.
That's what also boxing is for.
So I don't have to hurt people. For wrestling, boxing, all this stuff. I don't want to hurt people. So
You take that aggression in a very productive way.
I don't want to be an asshole to people. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey, buddy. I thought this was an after party. Why don't you do us all a favor and crank up that Madden and play one of those ultimate games against whoever the fucking challenge you while we talk, so I can enjoy you running with Eric Dickerson.
I would, but I'm at work.
Ah, you fool. You got thought you was my friend.
Yeah, come
Well, the
on now.
bills gotta be. I would, but the bills got to be paid somehow, some way.
Mm-hmm.
Get your paper.
You gotta do it. Hey, We got to put the work in before the play, right? I mean, I remember it was like,
You gotta find time. Whenever you got time is when you got time. You know,
yeah.
you can't,
Let
you
me give you an
can't, you
example
can't.
of let me give you an example of being multifaceted here for a minute. And I've said this before. Ray Rice. Wait for it. Ray Rice would have saved himself a whole lot of trouble if he had just taken the stairs. Fuck the elevator. Just take the stairs. One, she was too drunk, so she's not that stupid to just to run after you down a flight of stairs and fuck up her shoes. You know how women are about their shoes.
Hey! I take your not using the stairs and one up it to take her all the way to the room, shut the doors, close the doors. Then you kick her ass. You don't do nowhere inside public or around
No.
public.
We don't condone violence here. We don't condone violence. But I hear your
Who
point. But we
said
don't.
anything about violence?
Yeah, I understand. But here's the point I'm trying to say. You distance yourself from her. So you're taking the stairs, right? One, you taking the stairs, and he's gonna look up and down the stairs, like, you know what? Let me go up and down the stairs a little bit, you know? Good way for him to stay in shape and stay in shape in the off season. Give him time to clear his head and get away from her, and then plot his next. And then when he's ready to, re-engage, he knows what to do. It's like, like when a boxer in between rounds just sits on the stool, having and just like, getting some, getting advice from the trainer or from the cut man, while his cut man is just like making sure that that cut doesn't bleed too much.
Men largely haven't been trained on how to handle their emotions involving women. So They make a lot of stupid decisions insofar as women are concerned in their emotions often, very often.
How do we think, brother?
It isn't due.
How do we think? We don't think logically with women. We think emotionally. That's the problem as well. Same thing with kids half the time.
So oftentimes men make emotional decisions very, very often. Anytime a woman is within proximity, earshot, or involvement, God forbid, in that particular case, intimately, you find yourself, and not you, but men as a collective find themselves in situations where they're unable to engage on their own terms because their emotions fuel the interaction. They don't actually know what it looks like to handle a woman on their own terms largely. They don't know what it looks like to disengage when you're overly emotional. They have no clue. And this isn't a stoic approach. This is a rational approach. The thing is that women's operating system is fueled entirely by your emotional involvement. And if you give them too much energy, it overstimulates the interaction and can lead to negative outcomes. Either physically,
that emotion,
verbally, and they will ultimately, in most scenarios, get the better of you, whether you realize it or not, because the laws are on their side, the social structure is on their side. There's no winning that bout, even if you do beat the ass. And this is what AL was alluding to. I'm not advocating for that, but what I am saying though is that even if you were to get the better of them in a physical altercation, it does not change the outcomes for you as a man in this society, period. So it's better to engage in a way that at least is going to be healthy and logically sound for you individually and collectively. Because if men actually took the time out to learn how to engage with women properly, that problem and a lot of problems with women would probably be solved. Not all, but many of them would probably be solved.
which is why I
overnight.
said take the stairs.
But you got to remember this is that they take advantage of men because we're taught to take them with kid gloves. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I understand.
We're taught to take them as kid gloves. Like, that's a woman you arguing with. So a woman can win any argument, no matter how illogical with a man. But
Well,
yeah,
I
Remember the
just put it
clip?
this way: if you're going to treat her with kid gloves, then she belongs in a child's place. If that's the case, if that's the game we're going to play. But a lot of people are averse to what that looks like in full actuality. We only want to pick and choose when they're children and when they're adults. Either she is or she isn't.
Mm,
If she's not, then she needs to be treated as if she were, quote unquote, equal to a man.
sure.
If she is a child and she is to be treated as such with kid gloves, then she needs to be in her place, literally in her place. And that
Ooh.
sounds crass, but that is the case that in the approach that's necessary if that's what we're doing here.
and I think
But
that,
people are trying to have it both ways.
and it's not just people. It's a woman. I can't blame women for doing this because you're gonna do what men allow.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna
Can
do
you say
what
just
men
keep that for
allow.
the fools in the back?
And remember, a lot of behavior of women is what men allow.
Yeah.
Not what because we're so enamored. Women know men to a certain extent, but we know them better. But we don't choose to know them better, if that makes sense.
Yeah. We still want to believe in the illusion that they love us for what we are instead of for what we instead of what we're due for them
They love us for what we are, not who we are.
for what we do, but not for who we are or what we are.
What we are and what we can do.
Yep.
They don't love you the same. And it's hard for a lot of
No.
men to literally
Why won't
to
you love me for
literally
me? What is there about you? What's so special about you?
Well, women love men in a very utilitarian fashion. That's the way that they
Mm-hmm.
love men, and men are in denial about it.
yeah.
Men love
Just
women in
like
a romantic fashion,
it's
and
like
and
this.
and, and men and women and men and women are in denial about that.
It's like this, man. When when men start being very pragmatic about who they love, it's gonna be a sad day for women. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a sad day
No more
because
singing like Lenny Williams. We're just gonna look at you and just sing like the Ohio players. I want to be free.
I want to be free. Oh yeah. Don't forget to hit that cash app too. Support the liquor and cigar fund.
I'm gonna be free. Yes, I am. Oh, I'm gonna be free.
I love,
So what does
I,
it
I
look
think
like in the world where men actually truly deal with that position? I don't know. I don't think that women would be able to stomach those outcomes. To be honest, I
it'll
don't
be
think
the
that
same
men
way.
are even capable of going that far as a group, not individuals, as a group.
Not individually, yeah, but as a group, it's gonna take some time. And I mean, what would it look like? How many people are car guys?
Ooh,
I'm somewhat
Are
of a
you gonna
car guy.
are you gonna pay sticker price?
Not if I can't help it.
You're gonna get the best possible deal, right?
yeah.
That's right.
That's how it will look. You're gonna get the best pot. You're gonna say, "Is this shit worth it?"
Cost benefit analysis, folks. Cost benefit analysis.
Because now I'm not gonna get something that's not worth it. You get what I'm saying? When a man
Mm-hmm.
says, you know what, I don't care how good her pussy is, if she keeps getting me into some shit, you know who's a master of that is my son. When he figured out his little girlfriend in ninth grade kept getting into shit, he like I had to let her go. Anytime my daddy said, we're at odds, you gotta be respect that. My son will overpower his love for you to his pragmatism. He will not, if he, no matter how much he loves you, if it looks like a bad deal, he's going to leave you alone and happily so.
You gotta let her go.
Yeah, he's starting to learn. I mean, that's a good thing.
When I talked to him, I'm like, I literally told her, I said, I would never call your girlfriend a bitch, but that bitch right there, you notice that she keeps getting you in trouble. You notice that you getting into fights with other dudes and girls because she can't shut the fuck up.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Nah.
You gotta. And what did I say about
I
Patrice?
ain't never getting it. I've been in that position a handful, very few times in life. Like if a woman's leading me down a road of engaging with men and women
Mm-hmm.
physically over her big ass fucking mouth, I'm out of there. I'm out of there. Because if
Yeah,
I gotta be accountable
Yeah.
to myself and accountable to the way that you get us in the shit, you can't be, you can't like, you can't be around me. You're a problem. You're gonna get me
yeah,
killed at some
She's too
point.
comfortable in that. She's too comfortable, or being disrespectful because she thinks she can do whatever she wants because you're gonna protect her through thick and thin. I'm like, you keep ganging us in the shit.
yeah.
You better get us out of this shit. You run your mouth. The only reason, or like if she gets disrespectful towards you boys, you're like, Why does he respect you? Because he respects you first and foremost. Yes, he's my friend. I am not gonna let you disrespect him. Don't ever talk to him and don't ever refer to him in a very condescending tone. Don't ever disrespect my boys like that again. I don't disrespect your girls as much as they deserve no respect from me.
And there's
So
a lot of women who think they could just pop off at the mouth, and
that's
they
that
think it's
entitlement.
cute. And they
That's
think
that
it's cute.
entitlement. Hmm.
Nothing's cute in this world. Because guess what? If you decide to leave me, chances are this motherfucker is gonna still be around. He's put in the time. You haven't.
Yeah, you only
You
get to
have
run
no
that play
idea how.
about two times. You don't even get three strikes for that. You can only run that play twice, and I'm gonna check you both times. As a woman, like I don't know, I'm a sexist, so I move a little bit different. I don't know about you guys. I move a little bit different on this. Like disrespect is not tolerated.
No, disrespect
You
is
know.
highly because if you disrespect me, there's no way my feelings towards you is gonna change dramatically. My feelings are gonna be like this bitch don't give a flying fuck about me. That's what I'm gonna think.
No, she does not. And that's when you gotta look at this and like, this is a detriment to my well-being. I need to get the fuck up out of this situation.
Yeah, you get two free passes. That's it. And I don't even call them free passes because I'm gonna make you aware if you do this shit again, we gonna have this talk one more time. And you better get that shit right. And if you don't get it right, then you gonna get left. That's how that goes. Like
That's
I don't
what
got no yeah, I ain't got no patience.
I don't have no problem with a man just leaving a chick where she is.
Shit. I remember there was a series of cheese commercials we had over here up here in Norway that ran between 2010 and 2011 and 2012. Some of the funniest shit in that one, but dude had to check his woman in some of the most ridiculous ways. And it all started with her disrespecting, what he likes, because she comes home from the supermarket and she gets him just regular cheese instead of this particular brand he likes. And when he asked her, "You didn't get the one I like," and she said, "It's all the same. It's just cheese." And she looks at him in a very condescending way throughout the whole note. And she looks at him in such a way you realize, oh, I see. And so he has to go get the cheese himself. And when he does, he gets the time to think, all right, how do I check this chick and make her realize not to fuck with my shit? So the first time, he gets rid of her little dog, which is this little spaniel, replaces it with an Irish wolfhound. The second, and then he tells it it's all the same, it's just a dog. She repeats that shit again. He's got to figure out what to do. All the while he has to go get the cheese and damn stuff, and he says, and so he just paints the whole house black from white. And he says, and she looks at him and he says, it's all the same, it's just color. And this would happen a third time until she gets the picture and realizes, quit fucking with this bullshit.
I'm not doing any grandiose displays of trying to get a woman to act right. I don't believe in that. Checking it immediately is my course of action.
I get what you're saying.
I check it immediately at the door as soon as it happens. Like, if you do that shit again, we gonna have a problem. Like, don't ever do that.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but there's some older heads who understand what I'm talking about, especially like if you're in a long-term relationship and she's put some years and work into this relationship. Sometimes you got.
That's irrelevant. No, that's irrelevant.
See,
because if you let it continue, then it will become a habit.
He had to check her. But she just wanted to double down. I said, all right. And he had no problem going down that road with her because he's like kind of doing the Kaiser Sose kind of thing. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I'm telling you, you don't do that because it becomes a tit for tat with women. You don't want to play that game. Don't even play the game. I'm telling you to check at the door and get it correct. Because if you don't correct it on the outset, it will become a tit for tat. Don't even play that.
Number one,
you have to correct it. You have to correct it as if you were correcting, and this is gonna sound fucked up, but as if you were correcting a dog. You mix your fucking face into it, and you let them know you made a mistake. Don't you do that shit again. They do it again, the same thing. And if they do it one more time, you need to fuck off. You need to go.
Number one,
I can see your point.
You treat that shit like anybody else you would treat, and let her know. Because y'all don't mind if I tell you a good secret I've learned?
Okay.
You gotta let a woman know that she's replaceable. You feel me on that one? Give me a woo if you feel me on that shit. Give me a woo in the chat and the panel. You gotta let her know she can be replaced. I don't care how much I'm in love with you. A peace of mind. Somebody need to write this down in the chat. A piece of mind is better than a piece of ass any day of the week.
You got a point there. You got the point right there, my man. Because I've had to tell Elizabeth many a times, don't play around with the macho man. You're going to get replaced. Which is why I was with Sensational Sherry when I became king. Because she truly was a queen. A black-hearted queen, though, but nonetheless with a queen. Oh, yeah. I'm just getting intense because I'm just getting intense thinking about it. Don't get me started on the new Charles. Ooh.
I'm gonna tell you what, a piece of mind is better than a piece of ass any day of the week.
Oh,
people, when a chick knows that her pussy cannot hold you, you're working on God's here at that moment.
You know what women hate? Here's one thing that guys could just keep doing that women hate. And that's look at other women. Women hate that. Just like women hate it when other women are looking at their man. And you guys explain to her, baby, I'm just looking. But if you want to be an asshole of it, thank you for being an asshole. Now I can give my time to something else. Whether it's video games or talk to another woman. And if your woman sees you talking, she's like, oh shit, I need to step up my game. I mean, I don't condone cheating. But Eddie Griffin had a point. I mean, you cheat on your woman with somebody finer than her, she gonna act like she mad, but she can't get mad. She's just gonna look at you like, damn, I didn't know the nigga could catch that. I need to step my game up. You notice it's a lot quieter. She's a lot more, I mean, especially if you fucked that other woman out of righteousness. It was just because you wanted to fuck her, not because any tit for tat type of shit. And she's like, you can't, you're not upset when she gets upset about you. When she brings it up, like, yeah, I fucked you. So what? What? It was just a fuck. It didn't mean anything else. You can't understand that, then let's break up. I'm waiting for PK's rebuttal.
It's hard. It's so hard.
I can't really hear you. I don't know what you were looking for. I couldn't really hear you. You're a little bit low coming through my head. What did you say? I mean, if you repeat it, I'll respond.
I said a woman can't get mad at you if you fuck another woman that's finer than her. She gonna act like she mad, but she can't get mad because she realizes, oh shit, I could get replaced by a finer looking chick. You could find somebody better. I better step my game up.
I think you can play that game. I don't personally. I mean, I've heard stories of it.
But if you do it righteously, yeah. Not tit for tat.
I've heard stories. I don't pretend to know because I don't have any experience in that realm. I don't cheat, so I don't know.
I'm not saying you have to cheat, but in certain situations, if you fuck somebody because it was a righteous fuck because you wanted to fuck her, had nothing.
It's possible. I don't pretend to know though. I don't speak on things I don't have any either experience or knowledge on, and I don't fall into either of those categories with that particular parlay. I don't cheat, so, and I don't really talk or deal with a lot of cheaters to have any extended experience through other people. No, I'm saying through other people. Like, if I don't have any knowledge of it, I can't really speak to it. So I don't know. It's possible. I mean, I personally just don't even engage with that. I mean, like, the thing is either you're going to do what I need you to do and do what I'm a sexist, bro. You think I'm joking with you. In my relationships, I don't run it as if it's, a negotiation. It's the only point of negotiation insofar as my relationships are concerned with women is before we get into the relationship. Once the relationship is taking place, you're on board and you're going to do what I need you to do. Like, there's no negotiation happening here.
You got to play position.
Correct.
Position or get
so
off,
if there's sex on the table, like, there's not going to be any leveraging. Like, I'm getting it when I need it. And of course, I'm going to respond in kind and our needs will be met. I mean, like, I'll do what you need me to do, but you're going to do what I need you to do. It's just that simple. It doesn't have to be any complications in between this, I already chose you to be my girlfriend or, whatever it is I want you in position for. Any additional negotiations along the way, we can suss that out as we continue the relationship. But if it has anything to do with you not partaking in any other agreement, then we have a problem. I'll torch the relationship depending on how bad it is. Like, I'll just leave you. I don't really need you that much. A bitch can be replaced like very easily. And I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just being honest.
What have you done for me lately? Well, baby, what have you done for me lately?
You know what I mean? Like, if you really take into consideration what it is that men offer to women holistically, it's not a balanced trade. So trying to pretend that it is at any point with a woman is a failing game to play. You shouldn't play the game that way. I mean, you can.
Plus,
I don't
be disingenuous when they bring it up.
So this idea that she's entitled to some sort of equality within that relationship is just absurd to me. I don't work that way. Some men do. I don't.
Let me put it this way. Here's how I look at relationships. I look at it like, you either like someone once told me relationships are like a dance between two men, between two people, a man and a woman. This is where Charles is saying either I lead or I lead. Because remember, as the man, you're supposed to lead the dance. But you can't lead that dance if she doesn't want it, she's not dancing, she's not, following the same dance moves as you. Or she's gonna say, I want to dance while you want to do the waltz, or she wants to do salsa when you're trying to do merengue. Or another way I look at it is like, relationships are like pairs figure skating. I'm doing my part where I'm supporting you, lifting you up, gliding you, and leading you through the routine. But you got to get in sync with me, and I'm doing I'm doing what I need to do to lift you. But I can't lift you if you're 300 pounds. You're gonna tear my body. I'm gonna get my shoulder torn doing that.
I was gonna
This
make that
isn't like
joke there with Charles,
Fantasia.
but I'm gonna leave him alone.
PK, we can do it like Disney. Like, this is not Fantasia, right? I'm not a crocodile and you're not a hippo. It don't work like that. That's like Dave Chappelle having a figure skate routine with Lizzo. Ain't gonna work. He can't even lift the ass.
Nah, I'll die immediately. I'll crumple like a fucking piece of paper. Like, nah, dude.
If he try to pick us up, he's like, oh shit, ah, my bad, oh
No,
my bad.
I'll probably actually die. Like, she fucking weighs 300 pounds. Yeah, that's probably death for me. Yeah, I can't lift that. It's not happening.
She's 5'9.5". Yeah, she's 5'9.5". She weighs like she's got to be 300, at least 300 pounds. 290, my motherfucking ass. 290 a month.
I mean, that's where the joke was gonna come in with Charles, but I'm gonna leave it alone. I know he likes to lift weights, but I mean, I'm just saying, I can't do it. She ain't built for me. She is not built for me.
Hey, at least we didn't bring in Big Kevin to this one. I mean, like Mrs. Z does. But then
Well,
again,
I mean, like anybody who got muscles, man. Like, I'm just gonna keep it a buck, man. Y'all need to get these big bitches right, man. They are built just for
I
you.
mean,
Like, I'm being honest.
they like you. They like you skinny minis, man. They like you looking. They want to walk down hand in hand, walking down the street with you, looking like the number 10. They love y'all, man.
It's crazy to me.
that's
I
a
don't
good point.
understand it.
That's a good
I've
point,
been there
Charles.
and done
Let me
that.
speak on that for a second. You ever notice black women, big back black women, will tell you with a straight face they don't like fat men?
Uh-huh. A lot of people tell you they don't like fat dudes.
That's the entitlement of a lot of these black women.
How
That's
many chicks were
insane to
checking
me.
out Biggie Smalls? ABM. Let's take it back to the 90s, man. Before Biggie Smalls got on the radio, how many chicks were fucking with him?
Well, just look at his first baby moms, and that's your answer.
Exactly. They don't like to talk about that shit.
Not exactly going to say he was a virgin, but I mean, come on. I mean, let's be
He
real.
had a daughter. He already had a daughter with that chick before, he got with Faith and had his son.
They don't want.
That's the one I'm talking about, and she was hideous.
And speaking of the son he had with Faith, good God, that dude is pissing on his father's grave with the shit that he's doing.
What the fuck he been doing?
He's a part of. I think it's very tacky for you to graduate high school a couple of years ago, and you on there being held by your boyfriend.
Oh.
Say what you want about that, but I don't care what your sexuality is. Guess what? Have a little bit of honor for your father.
Honor for your father. Have you seen Ghostface, son?
No.
I got one word for you. Flaming.
Magic
Johnson. Think of Magic
everybody...
Johnson. Think of Magic Johnson's son. That's Ghostface, son.
Jesus Christ.
Oh.
And I mean flaming.
Flame. You mean Human Torch?
Wu-Tang for the kids.
Oh boy. Get that shit the fuck out of here.
This is the part where I'm happy to be completely unplugged for anything that's happening in black culture. I don't know what the fuck y'all talk about. I have lost.
You're not missing anything. Trust me.
You're not missing shit. You got motherfuckers. He hit so bad that even Darkseid got to turn his back.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, like it's a collective push. Unfortunately, like homosexuality and queerness and all that weird, different alphabet soup shit, man, is it's baked into the cake, and it's gonna hit black men the hardest, and it has hit black men the hardest. You know, whatever they want to identify as. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's to be understood, not necessarily accepted, but understood. You know,
just leave it alone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like it's a whole. I don't know whether I'm trying to be careful with my language. There's a collective push here. I think we're all aware of it. We just don't know how to exactly speak to it. Regardless of whether the person's in the music industry or just an everyday black man, or it's hard to talk about. It's hard to talk about. Listen.
Let it go.
Listen, it's happening. It ain't cool though. It's happening though. I mean, and then you got the inculcation of the jailhouse. You got the jailhouse shit going on too, which kind of transfers out into the general black culture as well, which also got some sweet shit going on.
Man, I'm a warrior.
You know what I'm saying? You got some sweet shit going on there too. So it's like, it's all bad. It's all bad.
I blame black women.
They are culprits. They're co-conspirators. Yes.
They're accomplices in this.
I'm sorry because you black women, you keep falling for it. How many decades is it going to take before black women realize feminism is a scam?
Very few.
You're black women are too fucking accepting of everything and everybody except black men. It's black men you have a problem with, but you have no problem with feminism. Everything is about inclusion except for black men, black boys. We can't be included, but everybody else can.
Just like white dudes can't be included, but that's a different discussion for this time.
Black women and gay men have a weird relationship with one another.
Women in general and gay men have a weird relationship in general.
You know, it's strange. Like I've seen black women have a gay buddy. This my bestie and all that, but the moment he piss you off, they call him all kind of F-bombs and shit. Vice versa. How many times have we seen videos of homosexual men beating up black women and shit at the job and all this?
Yo, this shit is it goes
and
deeper,
nobody
man.
says anything. Nobody says a word.
Because everyone's afraid of backlash.
All of a sudden, words like misogyny and all that shit, doesn't come out of nobody's mouth.
Because the backlash. The homophobic backlash is because they've formed an unholy alliance with one another in that respect of protection. And unfortunately, like the general black populace is they're the ones holding up the curtain for it, believe it or not, because we're not, and I'm gonna be honest, because of that backlash, we're not willing to speak about it in its truest and get down and dirty and gritty with the actual issues and intimate relationships that are taking place there. I mean, like it's reflected in some of the recent data that's been coming out amongst some of the youngest people with respect to homosexuality or, being bisexual. amongst females. It's not. It's an open secret, so to speak. Their actions, insofar as gay black men is concerned, extends beyond just the platonic. To put it as cleanly as I can.
Let's be open with it. How many of them have babies by guys that they have who bats for the other team?
Mm.
I'm gonna tell you a quick story.
All right.
Back when I just got out of high school, I had a homegirl. Just by coincidence, I had met a girl, and I went to this girl's house, and she just so happened to tell me about this guy who lived around the corner from her, who was bisexual. From
Okay.
the description of this kid, it sounded like the so-called boyfriend of my homegirl. I go home and I call her and I'm like, yo, dude, your boy Marcus live up there by York Road? Yeah, that's him. He got the blonde Cisco hairstyle. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, you know, dude, gay, right? Oh, no, that's just a rumor. Everybody's saying that because he dyed his hair blonde like Cisco. I'm like, yo, I'm telling you what Shorty told me. Nah. Okay. 2 weeks later, I get a phone call first thing in the morning. My homegirl's in the clinic. She's burning.
Shit. Wait a minute. How do you know he wasn't? Wait a minute. How we know old boy wasn't dirty dick macking with just any female?
Huh?
Because understand what I just said. Just because she was in the clinic, because burning and shit, she got burned. Doesn't mean he picked it up from another dude. You know what I'm saying? Meaning he could have
Well,
got it
he's
from another.
trying to say that the signs were already there that he was potentially gay.
They Shorty and her brothers told me flat out what they knew about homeboy.
All right.
From what they seen, remember now, he lives in the neighborhood with them. They
All
know
right.
the guy.
Okay.
I told my homegirl, I'm like, yo, dude's gay. He bangs boys.
And he
2 weeks
thought,
after I tell you that, you're in the clinic with an STD. I don't have to go in. We all know the statistics and all that when it comes to the alternative community and that stuff.
True.
I tried to tell her. She didn't listen. This is why I say I blame, at the end of the day, I blame black women. Too fucking accepting of this shit.
A lot of this, like you just explained, is reflected in the data, and also is reflective in in the STD rates. And a lot of people, like, I think that black men in the black community is just in denial about it, and we don't actually want to air that out because of the optics. The truth is a lot of black women are swinging both ways nowadays, and this actually extends beyond any particular demographic. It's been that way for a little while. I would argue probably for the past around, give or take, 20 years. And it's only been getting 20 worse.
Years. I remember clearly the early 2000s when you would watch the rap videos and all of a sudden you started seeing the two girls would kiss and shit in the video and all that stuff. That shit started then. And that went on for about a decade, and then all of a sudden you started to see the push towards the males. And, I'm sorry, I'm tired of all this, oh, you're just homophobic shit. I'm telling you what the Center of Disease Control says on their own fucking website. Who's the number one carrier of HIV and AIDS in the United States? Gay and bisexual black males. Who's number two? Heterosexual black women.
Ding, 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 ding.
Like now, that's according to the CDC.
See the correlation?
Ring the dinner bells. Like I said,
that's the same CDC that had everybody out there, taking that medication, and you had to wear the mask and 6 feet and all that shit. That's the same CDC. So don't get mad at me. You got a problem? Take it up with the CDC.
ABM,
That's their data.
I'm just going to say this. All I'm going to say is, fam, me being me, give me 6 feet. Just give me 6 feet, man. I need my 6 feet. So I hear what you're saying. I still insist that people give me 6 feet. But
because the optics are so bad, and the alphabet community has, made it damn near illegal to speak about it. It's very difficult to engage with the topic. Very difficult. And no one actually has arguably even identified it until I would argue just right now. I mean, I'm probably the only person who really put it out there so plainly.
Let's talk about some real shit, right? Let's talk about how they never talk about that group and how high in prostitution they are involved in.
yeah, especially among homeless ones.
Let's
If
not
you
talk
are
about
LGBT what and homeless, you're going to turn to prostitution in order to survive.
let's not talk about how much of them, and this is what I've seen on the job. Let's not talk about how much of them and how many black women who can't get a man, they need a kid. Guess who they're going to get it from?
Sperm Jack and gay dude.
Well,
Let's not forget the numbers of L couples who try to sperm jack a straight guy by trying to roping him into a threesome.
We won't even go into the figures for how many times this has happened.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a lot of shit that never gets really put into its proper context because of the social stigmatization that comes along with actually discussing it in earnest. I mean, it's
Political
hard to talk
correctness.
about these things. Yeah, it's very difficult to
It's
talk about
political
these.
correctness and tone policing. That's the issue we got. You got tone policing, political correctness on both sides.
And that's in and out of the community. Yeah, that's in and out of the community. So take that for what you will, because the black community isn't really ready to have that conversation either. Let's be honest.
Hey, considering how much the black community has kind of like find themselves at odds with the LGBT folks. I mean, let's look at that French actor Justice Smouillet. The LGBT were like, justice for Juicy, but black folks like, this motherfucker is clearly lying.
And now, if everybody can remember the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, the so-called transgendered people, they wasn't loud, they wasn't vocal. They stayed in their lane. Nowadays, they openly disrespect black women.
And they get into fights.
They tell black women to their faces, I look better than you, and you black women, y'all get y'all swag from us and all this shit. And I'm just gonna say it, they kind of got a point there. The makeup, the BBLs, the surgeries, all of this shit. A lot of black women walking around looking like fucking trannies nowadays.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, man. Somebody who is a PhD needs to go ahead and fucking dig into that onion and peel back the layers on that, man. That's too fucking dangerous. I'm good. I don't want that smoke. That's too much. I'm good, bro.
That's I'm just telling you what they say. That's what they say.
No. PK, what you scared? What scared her?
I'm scared of the social stigmatization of other people. I'm good, bro. I'm not touching that. I'm not gay. I don't want to be looked at as gay. My perception matters to me. I'm good. I'm not touching that.
Appreciate it. Just needed you to own up why you didn't want that smoke. That's all.
I'm just going to say this, right? If you really pay attention to this shit, I want you to really pay attention to it. Look at how much this is when black women take their biggest L. How the fuck can you have Saucy Santana say that we taught you how to do hair, we taught you how to do your swag on an award show that's seen worldwide? That's a L. That's a goddamn L.
That's a major L. And zero backlash. Zero.
And you women took it in stride.
Already Fuqua comes to mind.
That's a bad look. That's a bad look.
You never had men get told that by lesbian women.
First of all, L's do not like to hang around with straight dudes under certain circumstances because they look at us as
Or
competition.
gay men. Nobody says that shit about straight men because straight men wouldn't fucking have it.
I'm like, what are you talking about?
Straight men ain't gonna sit there and allow that shit.
I've had one situation where I've had a conversation with one guy, he's gay and everything, and we talked about the red ribbon. And one thing that pisses me off is like how like they try to like here stretch up here, they try to associate that with us, with black men, with black Africans, because that's how they scapegoat the whole issue. I'm like, excuse me, long before any of us were migrating to your countries, the largest group of people to have that were what again? And that's when he looked at me, oh, you're just being no, those are facts, man. You guys were at the forefront, because let's not forget, the LGBT folks were at the forefront in the battle against HIV/AIDS. There's a documentary I remember called Surviving a Plague, which talks about LGBT rights organizations organizing and raising awareness about the disease and AIDS activism, as well as LGBTQ rights activism. This was started like in the late 80s in the village area. It's called How to Survive a Plague. It's on Netflix if you can find it. And older gay dudes would be like, you know, young man's got a point. You don't see a lot of us around. Because remember, their numbers were hit hard, the hardest. I mean, there's a lot who are still alive right now. I remember, what's his name, Stephen Fry. He did a 2-part documentary about HIV/AIDS some 20 years after, in 2005, I think it was, 2005, 2006. And he talked to you know, AIDS activists all over the world about that. It is not to be, you know, so you can just, you know, think you can just like label somebody this, that, and third and think you can get away with it. I'm like, no. I go to certain parts of the world I know where they try to associate that shit with black men, straight black people. I'm like, blaming us for their problems. I'm like, we're not the ones who brought this to your shores. Oftentimes, it was brought to your shores long before any of us came into this world. That includes slavery. So get the out of here with that nonsense.
Well, the history of STDs is pretty, at least the framing of it, insofar as AIDS is concerned, even from its inception, was pretty goddamn racist. But that was because of the times to some extent, and what was socially acceptable at that particular time was to stigmatize black people. Let's just keep it a buck. And so one of the ways that they did that, yeah, it still is, but not to the same extent, not so goddamn blatant. Because who was the face of HIV/AIDS at the time? It's black men, gay black men. It was black men and gay black men, particularly. So I mean, like the framing of it even amongst many
But the
of your
whole thing
scholars at the
about that
time,
is,
was predominantly racist.
but you got to remember, the whole thing about it is that you have a lot of really white men, even to this day, who are not called out on a lot of the hypocrisy they put out there. And even in the gay community, there's a heavy amount of racism that they don't like to talk about.
Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury was South Asian,
Um.
and his family were from Zanzibar.
What's the other cat? George Michael,
Mm-hmm.
who they always lie for. Every time these celebrity types catch that, catch the House of Virginia or whatever, and they die, they always lie and shit
Mm-hmm.
and cover up for it. Uh, George Michael's sister did an interview in Rolling Stone magazine like 2014. And she said, in the article said, my brother didn't have kidney failure. He died from AIDS.
I thought it was heart failure.
Yeah.
I thought it was alleged heart failure. Keyword alleged here, folks.
Our boy that we all know and love, Luther Vandross.
Luther Vandross.
Nobody
Madonna
wants
put
to.
him out.
No, yeah, and then you saw what happened, right?
They took that shit off real quick.
Luther's family got that shit taken down. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They
His
always
mother.
cover for this shit.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, Doug?
What up, Louis?
What's up, man?
Yeah, I wanted to come show some support. So what's going on, guys?
Simplified, do or die, motherfucker.
Hoorah.
Just doing some real, doing some revealing some real shit over here tonight, with the
After party shit.
with the Shaq meme red eyes,
I just finished downloading some real good shit off of Clubhouse.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man, I don't believe you, because if it's on Clubhouse, it ain't good shit never. Just about. It's always some fuck shit over there. From what you be showing
Let me ask
anyway.
you
I
Yeah,
don't know.
that's the good shit. They be exposing it.
That's the exact opposite of good shit.
Hey, Mr. Z said it many times. The internet is going to expose who we actually are. So with that being said, you have to ask yourself, first of all, I gotta ask Lewis one thing. When you were in the Marines, man, was your specialty reconnaissance or some shit like that?
No, communications.
Mm-hmm. I mean, your shit. I mean, that shit came in handy, huh?
Yeah.
Even in civilian life. But you look like you've done some recon in your day or some shit like that.
Yeah,
Or
in the
you just
hood.
like,
In the hood.
Jersey niggas.
Yeah.
So how did you come to find yourself constantly listening to and I'm just curious, I'm not trying to call you out or take any digs at you. It's just a question. It's pure intention, okay? Lewis. How did you come to find yourself listening to these divestors and swirlers on Clubhouse? How did that end up coming to be?
All right. How I came about it was, and Charles could attest to this. Like me, I'm a store manager at a supermarket, and this was during COVID. And I was trying to warn people on YouTube, about what's happening with the food. Nobody paid attention. And my friend told me about Clubhouse, and it was a lot of prepper rooms that was in Clubhouse, and we were all sharing information. And that's how I started out. But then I found out at the time C Boogie and Tony Maceo and them were over there. So I was like, listening in their rooms, and so be it. Like Crystal and Karazin and all of them start popping in these rooms on Dr. Julio. So I start subscribing to them. And when you subscribe to them, you'll get access to all of their previous rooms if they had them for public recording. And that's how I came about it. But originally I was on Clubhouse with a bunch of preppers and former military and survivalists, and we were just sharing information to the people that was listening, because nobody was listening to me at first on Clubhouse and on YouTube. And you could ask Charles Faulkner; he could attest to that. And I just came about, finding a bunch of good nuggets and entertainment.
Yeah, it's
I
like a
got
lot
you.
of people didn't.
Like I
A
said, it
lot of
wasn't
people.
without, it wasn't like I said, just to be clear with you. I said it initially, I'll say it again so that, even on the playback, and, there's no bad blood or anything like that. I'm not going at you. I just wanted to know. I was just curious. I didn't know how you ended up coming across that shit. So I'm like, okay, like what the
No,
fuck is he? How is he here? Like, how did that happen? That's
well,
all. I just wanted to know.
no, I don't take it as no disrespect. You had a question, and I tried my best to answer it. And to me, like, I'm just trying to grow my channel, and I'm using it for content, you know. And if anybody want to listen to it, like, feel free. If they could anyway utilize what they hear and find out what they really about, because on Clubhouse, like on YouTube, besides Divested Zealot, on Clubhouse, they're very out in the open and straight up about it. And there's a lot of them that's on Clubhouse that have YouTube channels, and they don't talk the way they do on YouTube. They tell you how they really feel on Clubhouse.
Yeah, because that's a closed space as far as I understand it, right? Because I've never
Yeah,
been on Clubhouse. I don't know how exactly it functions, but I've seen, your streams, but it looks like it's like I tried to this was like maybe last year, give or take. I tried to log on, like go to the website or whatever, and I didn't know how to get it to function. So I was like, all right, well, I'm gonna fuck off anyway. There's nothing I'm particularly interested in following anyway. So I just wanted to see what exactly the website was, because I had heard someone mention it. They were talking about, Obsidian being over there at some point, and I was like, okay,
yeah.
well, let's see what he's got to
I
say
was
over there.
I was in Obsidian's rooms when he was hosting them, and Chaos Rain had a room over there. I was just showing support. And the stuff that I upload on YouTube, I understand it's not for everybody, and I get it. Where a lot of people just can't stomach it, or they already know how they are. But I put it up there. One, I'm trying to grow my channel, and two, if nobody never know how they felt, and this is the first dose of medicine for someone, and it can help them, then so be it.
Yep, most def, man. Thank you for answering the question.
And can I add something to that AIDS thing?
Go ahead.
Back in the day, it was before I joined the Marine Corps. I used to work in Times Square at this porn store called um
Don't
it
have
was
to mention
called
the name.
it was the oh my god, it was the play, was it the playpen or the playhouse, I think. And it had 3 floors. The top floor was called the mail room.
Oh,
The middle one, it was shaped like a UFC octagon with strippers in the middle. And you go in the booth, and the booth surrounded the octagon, and you put money in, and the window would come up. And you do what you want, you put your tokens in. And downstairs was the transsexuals. Do you know who used to always go to the mail room and downstairs?
oh,
White people with 3-piece suits from Wall Street. And they would do
oh.
their thing, and they would cross the street to the Port Authority bus terminal. What's up, Rayhama? And take the LIRR to Nassau, Suffolk County. And it was during this time, and I think Oprah talked about it when it was an outbreak in suburbia, New York, with married white women catching AIDS, and their husbands were bisexual.
You remember L.R. King in the book Being on the Down Low?
I think, wasn't he on Montel Williams or Oprah?
He was on Oprah. And he talked about
The black
how
guy?
dudes on the down low would link up with each other.
Yeah, bald head black guy with the goatee. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar with him.
Yeah, so we talk about that stuff like dudes trying to hook. You had these dudes were just like hooking up with each other. I remember Patrice had this story about almost hooking up with somebody because he said he was driving home to Boston from Jersey, right? But he got tired. It was late at night. He got tired. He decided to pull over into the parking lot,
Patrice
into the
O'Neill was from
parking
Jersey
spot.
City.
No, Patrice lived in Jersey City. He was from Rexdale neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts.
He used to come in my store all the time back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you remember his lady Von DeCarlo?
No.
Von DeCarlo Brown? Oh, okay. But Patrice was a motherfucker, I'll tell you that much. But Patrice, anyway, he's driving home. He's driving all the way home back to Boston, right? He stops at somewhere in the Connecticut at outside of a Mickey D's. Pulls over just to get some shut eye, right? Some reason he just opens his eyes.
Was it a cruiser spot where people were cruising?
Yeah. Gay dude's cruiser spot because a white man is standing out there. He looks at him, rolls his window a little bit and says, "What's up, man?" The white guy just says, "It's cold out here." He's like, "Well, why don't you just go on inside? You get some coffee or something like that, man." And then he just thinks nothing of it. But then he realizes, then he notices the guy just walk away, gets in his Suburban, gets in his minivan, and there's a Christmas tree on, tied to the top of the car. And drives off, and he said, and then it dawns on him that this, where he was at was probably a cruiser spot where gay dudes like to link up, and probably it's cold out here was the code word.
Well, I look at it like this: like, if you want to eliminate this problem, stop ostracizing them. If a motherfucker's gay, is going to be gay. I mean, I remember growing up with people, and you knew who had sugar in their tank. So, I mean, if you let people be, and they won't have to be in the closet, they wouldn't be doing these things, and people be getting infected. Like that's the main cause of people doing reckless activities. So, I mean,
I completely disagree, and I'm gonna tell you why.
okay.
I always felt like that's the cop out. It's, oh well, hey, if you just let everybody love who they want to love, then people wouldn't have to be on the DL. What the fuck does that have to do with putting on a condom?
That's what I'm trying to get at.
I can never wrap my head around that concept. DL out there, in the closet, out the closet. Who fucking cares if you're using protection?
Well, I agree
I
with you
could
with
talk
that.
about that actually, because
Well, I think I mostly agree with what you just said there, except for the people trying to hide their what do you call it, their sexual orientations. Like, if you gay and you into some gay shit, that needs to be on Front Street, male or female. That needs to be on Front Street because it cannot be a
nah,
secret.
I would say
You're lying
Front
to
Street.
people.
I would say, motherfucker, look, how you swing is how you swing. Just don't bring that bullshit. Just don't have your bullshit, spill over to other people's yard. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, you got to be careful for yourself. But then again, you can't stop other people from being reckless with those.
Yeah, I think it's more
And
of
a
the
lot of,
recklessness, you know what I mean, than the uh covert part. I think it's more just being reckless.
I'll tell you a
Like
story.
like there's a
If you got a
person.
I'll tell you,
guy,
well, yeah,
if you
hold
got
up,
a
hold up,
guy
hold
that's
up.
openly bisexual, right?
Mm-hmm,
Like he
mm-hmm,
tells you flat out, well, hey, I like men, I like women.
mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Still put on a fucking condom.
Yeah, I've had that conversation once with a dude. He was gay, and he looked at me like, why do you know so much about safe sex? I'm not talking just condoms. I'm talking um protective gloves, because you got to protect your hands when you go finger pop certain people. Um, dental dams,
My man got a
condoms
whole
with flavors.
stockade of dental dams. God damn.
I gotta get some. In fact, I gotta restock up. I gotta restock.
Dog.
I
I
got
just
stock up
drove
again,
past
but
a billboard the other day that talked about on the billboard was talking about eye herpes.
What?
Yeah, yeah. You talking about?
oh,
I
that
swear
You
to
talking
yeah.
God.
about? You talking
I
about when you
swear
get
to
off
God.
of 80? When you get off of 83?
When you get off of 83, the 28th Street exit, yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw
What does
that
it say?
yesterday. I'm
Fucking
like,
eye herpes.
eye herpes. Like, what the fuck is eye herpes,
No, no,
Oh,
bro?
that's
I think I know.
fucking
I know what that is. I know what
wild.
that
I
is. I know.
damn
Wait,
near
wait, 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 wait,
cracked.
wait. Hold up. There's a. I remember. I think it was a few years ago. I saw this. It was basically people who have herpes. They cannot. A lot of people don't want to date somebody's got herpes, right? And so the only person that hurt people with herpes can date is people who also have herpes. And so you have these online, dating sites where they can meet up with one another, but they still gotta wear protection, because I'm not saying we should stigmatize people who have herpes, but folks who have herpes, you gotta understand. If you got that shit, just like folks who got HPV, if a motherfucker does not want to rock with you because you got that shit, it is what it is. You gotta own up to like, look, you're not. If some people can look past that, that's good on them. If they don't, you gotta respect that. So I think so that eye herpes thing, that's like eHarmony or some shit like that, designed for folks who have it because they're trying to like end the stigma of it. But I'm like, we don't stigmatize it, but you guys gotta find a way to like be responsible with your shit, man.
Well, there's an
I mean, it
issue.
takes.
There's an issue insofar as people being they don't want to disclose because number one, I think like you said a moment ago, the stigmatization, and number two, because there's a loss of opportunity insofar as the dating market is concerned, and this is especially prevalent amongst women because women's symptoms of herpes doesn't actually take on the same form as it does with men because with men there are generally active lesions or sores and things of that nature around the pubic area, whereas with women that isn't always the case because of the way that their anatomy is situated.
But let's not
So
forget
it's
oral
much
shit
easier
too.
to hide that as well. So it's easier for them to hide it in most cases, and most of the time men aren't actively looking for herpes in women. They're not actively looking for it. And even then, if you are looking for it, it's very difficult in some cases to tell because not everyone is symptomatic. So
Yeah, I mean
it's
that's
a
why.
whole host of issues involving that it becomes difficult.
Which is
And it
why.
isn't it isn't it isn't a way. There's no way to actually protect yourself 100% from contracting it when engaged in any type of sexual act. Damn, that's a nice motherfucking car.
Yeah, but PK, this is why I say people should be getting tested before they get involved with somebody. But nobody. But the problem is like
No
you.
one's responsible like that.
Hold up.
If you're engaged in casual sexual activity in
Hmm.
2024, no one's
Yeah,
getting tested anymore. That's not a thing.
that's why I make it a point to get tested as often as possible. And last time I got involved, someone I said, "Hey, you better go get tested. I'm gonna get tested before anything. We're adults here. I don't care what you and you can tell me you can be honest with me and tell me your past, just like I'll be honest with me, tell you about my past. But if you have nothing to hide, I'm willing to get tested. Are you willing to get tested?" I remember first one person I got involved with, I got tested prior to that. She knew what my status was. I even showed her the paperwork,
I
and
know you're
she took it
discussing what's
from.
called a relationship, okay? What we do here in America is largely serial monogamy and hookups. That's the
Yeah,
culture we have here in America.
we do that.
So
That's
no
it. That's
one
the norm in
here
Norway. That's the norm here in Norway. But the thing was
gotcha.
with
So no one
this.
here is actually testing. Like talk to Charles. Charles will tell you the same thing. No one's really doing that.
Yeah, but that's the where you have to be responsible with your own shit. You know, I mean, like for example, like nobody up here, very few people want to use protection. I'm like, why can't you guys use protection? I said, like, there's no AIDS in Norway. And then I remember what pissed me off one time is one doctor with nonchalance and said, "You're more likely to get AIDS for having unprotected sex with a black person." I'm like, excuse me? Do you have the facts for? Do you have the stats for that? If so, can you just show me right now? What are you talking about? Trying to boil it down to just one group. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. And then everybody, I remember getting looked at funny when I went to the pharmacy and bought condoms and shit. I'm like, what's wrong with everybody?
Well, it speaks largely to the point that I made a little bit earlier about women and their STD rates. I mean, like, it number one,
especially
I've said this,
bisexual chicks.
Wouldn't just period. I'm talking about all-encompassing women of all races, of all groups.
Yeah.
Women ultimately have larger and they have more STDs overall than men do of any particular demographic. It's just a fact.
Yeah, which is why I often say you can't rock a cold sore the same way a guy can rock a way MMA fighters rock cauliflower ears. You know, you can't be you can't just think you can just like, you know, rock a yeast infection like it's cool. I'm like, no. I never learned about herpes until I came here. Well, not really. I mean, I was familiar with, you know, things like chlamydia, this, that, and third. I remember talking to a friend, and she was adamant that she caught chlamydia and when she was a teenager. Didn't think much of it. She got tested for it, got that taken care of, and she was open to the fact that she does have herpes, but she has the oral form of it. So
you can still contract herpes if she gives you oral without protection. Believe it or not.
Yeah. I mean, Patrice O'Neill said it best. He said, "You want to talk about women being addicted? Bitches will give you herpes and leave you."
And 70% of the American populace has oral herpes, HSV1.
And that's some real shit, because I knew a girl back in the day. Her sister. I was friends with this girl who had a friend, and her friend had a sister. I met the sister on the bus one day. Came back and told my friend about it. She had her sister. She's had her homegirl with her. She was like, "Yo, that's my sister. Don't fuck with her. She got herpes."
You know
I'm
what?
like, "Oh, thanks for telling me." And then she was telling me about how recently she was at a party and she was having sex with some dude, no condom. And when she was asked why she did that, she was like, "Oh, well, you know, I'm not on an outbreak right now, so it's all good."
It don't matter. You still gotta wear protection. You still gotta disclose that to the other person.
What the fuck did I just hear?
So let me tell you.
I'm telling you how
you heard
people
it right.
think. A lot of people with herpes, they will absolutely go out here and have sex unprotected and don't give a shit. Absolutely.
Yeah, you heard it right. And
I'm not having an outbreak,
I mean,
so
like
it's
I
all
said,
good. I'm like, hey.
Well, hold on. Like I said a minute ago, the way that herpes works, and a lot of people aren't educated on this, I happen to be. The way that this works is that you got a 10% chance, basically, every single time a man or a woman engages in unprotected sex, if they have herpes, of passing it on to another partner. Period. That's the flat rate. The rate goes down by about 3% when you use protection. So it's marginal that you actually will not contract it, even with protection. You still have a chance of catching it, even with protection involved. So there actually isn't any safe way to engage in sexual activities with a person who has contracted herpes, one or two.
Like, boy, I'm clean, boy. Shit, when I went to the doctor, boy, blood work done all that. I was like, "Ooh, thank you, Jesus." Hey,
but here's the problem, Ray.
And then here comes muck mode. And I was like, then here comes muck mode. I've been in muck mode, nigga, for about 3 years.
Good move. But here's the problem. And this is something I had to experience twice. The doctors won't test when they test you for when the doctors test you for STDs, rarely do they test you for herpes or HSV. I'm like, what the hell is the problem with you? You say, well, it's very common, so you don't need to. I don't care how common it is. I have a right to know whether or not I have it or not, and I need to get tested. Thankfully for me, I don't have it. I mean, I've had a couple of.
That's an additional test in America. You don't actually know. Most people don't even actually know that they have herpes, believe it or not. And it's here's what's crazy.
Asymptomatic.
No, it not only is it asymptomatic for some people. The thing is that what the crazy part I was going to mention is that when it comes to herpes in particular, even if you are tested, if you don't actually ask specifically to be tested for either a full panel or for that particular thing, you are not tested for it in a general checkup or a general STD test.
Mm-hmm.
You have to ask for that. That's additional.
Yeah, that's what I've had to done a couple of times. I even had them test me for something called Epstein-Barr virus, which is responsible for mono. That's the virus that causes mono, aka kissing disease.
Hey, you know what's work? You know what's next to being worse with STD is messing with one of these strike demons and they put a hex on your dick.
Yeah, that's called crazy.
I done already caught a couple. I didn't caught some. So yeah, the STDs are not fun, bro. I tell you, bro, it's a hell of an experience when it burns when you piss, bro. Then you get the motherfucking antibiotics and that shit come out yellow or colored or some shit. That's just what I think it might have been red.
That
shit
shit
sucks.
comes when you feel like you pissing hydrochloric acid, man. That's not cool.
I'm glad. I remember
I
having a conversation
am
with.
so fucking glad I have never had a disease. I thank God. Because I grew up in the era of Eazy-E and Magic Johnson.
Yeah.
We all did.
And remember TV shows back in the day was constantly talking about AIDS?
I mean, all the
Dude.
time. A different world.
Dog, nobody even talks about this shit no more. Like, remember every TV show you liked back in the day always had that one episode that was talking about AIDS. Never failed.
That literally scared the shit out of you.
Hey, Ice-T's still solid. Shit.
I remember A Different World had that episode when Tisha Campbell was on there. She had it.
Yeah. And it's like it scared all those episodes, scared the living shit out of you.
It scared the shit out of you. And we stayed with condoms. Our generation, we use condoms. This generation, they don't fuck with condoms.
I'm a condom connoisseur like a motherfucker.
This is why you have all these bastard babies out here and shit, because nobody use condoms. Nobody fucking use birth control.
I mean,
like, it's fucking weird.
It's getting worse, man. It's getting worse. And I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why it's getting worse. Because one, I will explain to you this. You have more and more promiscuity, and they always look at the boys as always wanting it. But you look at the girls. Every time I ask the 20-year-olds or the teenagers, when did you lose your virginity? They were like, it was the girl who pressured me into it. Do you know how many times they lost their...
Charles, it was the woman.
Yeah, don't kick the chair. Do you know how many times those young boys, when they were 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, lost their virginity to fucking their babysitters?
23.
Dante Nero.
24-year-old, 25-year-old fucking women, yeah. In fact, it's most black males. Most black males will tell you their first sexual experience was a woman that was an adult.
D. Ray Davis.
Like, when you look at like every fucking week in the news, you hear about some fucking school teacher got caught banging one of the students.
Mm-hmm.
This shit is a problem in the United States of America. A lot of women are fucking child molesters, and nobody's talking about it.
And nobody calls them that.
This is a dangerous road we're going down here. Ooh,
Buckle your
this is
seatbelt,
spicy.
Hey man,
buckled up. I'm on the road. I gotta be buckled up for this one.
I don't make the news, man. I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. It's like every fucking week.
I get it.
By the
Yeah,
way,
we
we're
reporting the
talking about
weather. I
the.
feel you, but I mean,
By
if
the
we
way,
gonna get
people.
into the weeds on this, man, I buckle in.
By the way, people. We're talking about some juicy shit on the show. Don't forget to support the show. Don't forget a like, $1 holla, shit, $5 holla, shit. Support the cognac and cigar fund right there. Think about it. They're quick to call Harvey Weinstein, but they're not quick to call Mrs. McGillicuddy. Changing that boy's grades from a C to an A. You wonder why. And then they'll have the audacity of getting pregnant by the teenage boy, get out of jail, get the baby back, and then get child support from the parents.
Did you hear about the most recent thing that kind of popped up? There was a woman. It was on mainstream news, actually. I think it might have got national headlines. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But this woman, I guess, had sex with two of her high school students. Actually, no, it wasn't even high school. I think they might have been in middle school, if I'm not mistaken. Um,
Uh-oh.
one of them got her pregnant, but then she got sentenced to 3 years in prison recently. That's all she got was 3 years for that.
Did
And she
she
was
give birth
sending
to a
naked
child?
pictures to the, not yet.
Okay.
'Cause I think she got pregnant by the second one.
Oh, damn.
And she only got sentenced to 3 years. That's it, 3 years.
Was
And
it
I
one
bet
more
you,
For effectively raping two children.
and I bet you she only went to jail for 6 months, if that. Shout out to Angry Black Man for the $10 high. We getting there, folks. We gonna get that cognac for the weekend. This is from my boy ABM right here. Talk to him, All Might. Talk to him.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond! Plus!
That was one of the most lit scenes in My Hero Academia history. Oh man, I'm telling y'all.
I haven't been keeping up with the new shit though.
There's only like 3 episodes in, but they're good. Shout out to Star
I'm
Strike.
way behind.
Shout out to Star Strike. You gotta. I think I might open up a fucking Discord or a fucking Patreon, and we'll view some of my favorite animes of all time and some of my favorite shows. But don't just meet them, beat them. Beat them, folks. We're talking about some subject matter that you don't hear anywhere else, man. And we going deep into the forge, It's funny, right? It's so funny that you get a lot of these women out there who will constantly, and I mean constantly, go up for these kids, touching them, and nobody calls them out on it. Nobody says, "Hey, you're nasty." Nobody says, "Hey, you're disgusting." Nobody says a damn word.
Because this society is primed in such a way currently where it is permissible for women to do these things to boys. It is. And we actually look at it. The society is not ready to have this conversation in earnest in any respect. We're just not. We're not ready to. That's why I don't even discuss it. Really, I don't get into the weeds on this because it's just so fucking thorny. It's so problematic to have this conversation. But I will say, like I just said a moment ago, just to kind of be on the surface of it without getting in too deep, is that I'll let you guys handle the rest, but because I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Now, I probably got though. Oh God, though. The society is just not ready to have that conversation insofar as women are concerned or not. They are permitted, by and large, to do that to children. It just is what it is. Boys and girls alike, period. They are. And we don't know how to classify that as great. We don't know how to do that. We don't know how to do that. Now, as a society, we don't even have the legal structures to support it because the legal structure is already primed to defend women at all costs. So if your legal structure isn't willing to do it and your social structure isn't willing to do it, then how exactly do you handle it? You know, like I just mentioned a minute ago, a woman who arguably raped 2 children got 3 years. Make that make sense in a world where if a man were to do an equivalent crime, he would have been sentenced arguably to life and potentially death. Because let's be honest, if you go to jail for something like that as a chomo, you're probably dead.
You would have had people calling for his death.
Right.
But when women do
and
it,
if you do come out, you may very well be, killed afterwards.
Remember South Park did an episode about that?
Go ahead.
Remember South Park did an episode about that?
No, I don't know. I'm not familiar. Nope. How long ago was it? Was it a new episode or older one?
This was about 10 years ago. They did an episode about one of the kids banging the teacher.
Nah, I don't remember that, man. I don't remember. I watched South Park years ago when I was a teenager, like a young teenager, early teen, so I don't remember it.
And she got arrested, and the cops is like, "Oh man, you banged her? Yeah, that's nice." Like, yeah, man, it's always going to be looked at differently. Women get away with
I don't know about
much.
always, but yeah, right now, definitely so, yeah.
How many of y'all remember SNL did had like a running gag on that, where they had Pete Davidson as a kid, and they had Ronda Rousey as one of the teachers on trial, and they were just making a whole mockery of the whole thing. Understand also that, like, if it was a male teacher, whether or not the student in question was male or female, they're gonna want his head. If it's a female teacher with a male student, they're like, well, this, that, and third. But if it's a female teacher with a female student, they just get miscombobulated and shit.
And I also think looks got something to do with it too, because if that woman is pretty, oh, she's definitely gonna get a slap on the wrist.
There was one teacher in Florida. Her lawyer said she should just get a slap on the wrist because she's too beautiful to go to prison. I'm like, what? Do you understand?
What a world.
Let's not forget something. Let's not forget something here. The father. Some fathers are real straight up simps, and they're gonna be like, "Oh man, I wish that was me." Live vicariously through their sons and shit. But the moms have to put a check on that because they're like, "Hey, you ain't messing with my son," because they understand that bullshit. And female teachers, one thing that they don't want to get on, they don't want to get in. One group of people they don't want to fuck with is the PTA.
Well, that brings up a good point, Naaman. Why don't you see mothers outraged about this shit? I never see it.
Because there's a reason for that.
Wait a minute. You know what? I know you already donated, but that quote right there, I got to give you this.
By the power of Grayskull.
That is the quote of the fucking night. Say that shit again for the niggas in the back playing with their paper airplanes and spitballs, passing around notes that says, "Do you love me? Yes, no, maybe so." Say that shit again.
Why don't you see the mothers outraged about this shit? This shit happens way too much. that you never see mothers furious about this shit. You should be ready to burn the school down.
There are mothers who are furious about this
Because
shit.
no, it's because they largely support it. But that's the quiet
I'm
part.
sorry, Namer. I gotta disagree. I never see it.
I've had a couple conversations with some women here who have who are mothers to little boys, and I said this in a jokingly but not jokingly way because we've had serious conversations about shit like this. And I said, you're a mama bear, right? She said, yeah, and you know what the first thing, and your son's gonna be a teenager son, and that's one thing mothers don't want to accept. It was like when the boys grow up, the boys are gonna grow up. And a lot of young teenagers are now familiar with the terms MILF and whatnot because a lot of them grew up watching American Pie. And I looked at one of them and said, you got a little boy. Do you understand that's the first thing you got to protect them from is cougars? And one friend, she looked at me and she said, I don't got to worry about that because I do have a hunting rifle. And this woman is actually a hunter. She does hunt. And she understands I'm not letting my boy get messed around like that, And over here in Norway, it would be a big scandal that such a thing happened. That's why they cannot allow this type of shit to happen. In the U.S., a lot of moms. One of the main reasons most of these moms are mostly in white areas, they are outraged about this because one thing they're worried about is this: the boy gets this woman pregnant. How you gonna explain to the grandchild
Name a no.
that your mom and grandma are around the same age?
Name a no. Okay, name a no. That's not what's taking place in white America. That's not taking place in Black America. The current
And
social
please explain
trust.
to me what's going on.
Let me put it to you this way, especially
Yeah.
for black boys. Black boys have always been. Let me put it to you this way: nobody gave a fuck that anybody and everybody can touch a black boy. I'm going to tell you a story. I'm not naming names. This is one of my exes. Her mom knew that the great grandfather was touching kids in the family.
Oh.
She never let her go down south with the great grandfather. So a lot of the kids come back and they come back changed, if you get what I mean.
Yes.
And guess what typically happens in families, especially black families, who hides that shit? It ain't the men.
Facts.
And what usually will happen if you tell the men, somebody would get disappeared.
Yep.
That's exactly what happened in her family. She never was touched because she never went down there, but her other cousins and stuff were. And they would never tell their grandfather. The mother didn't want to tell the grandfather or the husband because they would have disappeared that man, regardless if that was the father-in-law, grandfather, what.
Two movies that come to mind: Antoine Fisher and Precious.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oftentimes, when you see these molestation stories, because they love to talk about the actual abuser, when it's a man, especially when the abuser is a black man. But oftentimes, that abuser has fucking enablers.
And here's another big story. You know what tends to happen when you mess with a black man's child? What's
Somebody
that movie with
dies.
Sam Jackson? What happens with that movie with Sam Jackson?
Somebody dies. Somebody got to go.
That motherfucker will say, I'm willing to go to jail.
Somebody got to go.
So when people say, "Oh, black men are about abuse," let's look at. I'm a law enforcement officer by trade. Am I not?
Correct.
What did Detective Friday say? Just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. You mess with a man's child, you're gonna get either fucked up so severely you wish he killed you, or you're gonna die.
You remember where that white boy in Florida who whooped that dude's ass because he was touching on his son? The only thing that
I've
kept
been,
him
I've been,
from killing that dude
I've been waiting.
was his son.
I want to touch. I want to touch just this one part of this. Just this one part is pretty goddamn important to point out. In
Okay.
most of Black America currently, what is taking place and has been taking place for quite some time now is female-led households. Women in large part have already been participating in this type of behavior. Okay, with children to some extent, or like you said earlier, enabling it to some extent. So I know it's hard for us to grasp at the fact that men oftentimes will protect their children, but overall, what happens to be taking place is, and this is, I could say in general, because this is happening in the general society as well right now, but if we're just going to talk about Black people, then yeah, this is what's happening. And I mean, that's why you said earlier, angry black. What was it? Angry black man. Angry black man. Women aren't speaking out is because many of them are largely, if not directly engaged. They are just, they know about some shit or are engaged with some shit or have been engaged with some shit and are taking it with them to their deathbeds. And the society is currently engaged in playing cover up for them, men and women. But we don't want to keep it real. That's just what's happening. No one wants to keep it real on the subject. And it requires us to actually peel back the layers.
A lot of those women you see who acquire
Y'all still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
I mean,
ugly,
just look at all this.
ugly statements. I know, folks. A lot of people don't
The
talk
harsher,
about how you sacrifice your kids for a man.
a lot of people are willing to do whatever just to keep a
Right.
man. Some would even sacrifice the well-being of their own children. What does that tell you? What does that tell you right there?
It's like they're trying to do the best they can to try to keep people blind or ignorant of that, or the evil images that these mothers have displayed. So
It reflects how much contempt they have for Black men. And they want to keep that under wraps. In fact, they'll look at you like you deserved having that experience on you. I mean, how do you deal with that?
yeah.
I mean, it's hard. Oh, I gotta
One of
mute
the
up.
ways,
Everybody
one of
went
the things
silent when I started talking. What's going on, man?
that's just called perspective. it's
Oh,
it's
okay, yeah. I guess because
it's
I'm used to people trampling over me in conversation.
yeah. It's funny because how you can confront that. You do what we always do. You confront evil. But go ahead, and say your piece.
Nah, man. It's just, yeah, that's what I'm seeing, and every time we bring it up, around guys who are, who have their capes flapping harder than Superman, you know, for these chicks, for these evil ass women, you know, and whenever we bring it up, they act all shell shocked and dumbfounded. You know, it's like they want to play the whole sweep it under the rug game. But I ain't having it. I'm gonna continue to put all their crazy asses on the spotlight. Because if we don't, nobody else will.
I mean, what else can be said about that, man? I mean, hang on a second, you gotta stretch my leg. But it's just that so many things are being allowed and enabled, and you try to question the right minds of certain people who enable this stuff. What could this person who's doing this have? What kind of control do they have over you that you're afraid to let this shit happen? So you're afraid to allow this shit to happen. We're fearful of what could happen if you don't allow it to happen.
Man, I don't know if y'all checked it too. Corey Holcomb, man, his last episode, because but even Bernard Rowley covered it, for a little minute. Man, because there was some facts that was said on there, dude. Man, I had to start clipping them. I had to clip like five of them, because that dude Chris on there, light skinned dude Chris, him and Corey, man, were just speaking just straight hardcore facts too, and oh girl, what's her name? D's. Yeah, I think her name was D. Light skinned chick. Yeah, she was playing. She was playing ignorant and shit. She was like, well, what about when they was talking about Puffy and Cassie. And he was basically telling her, Chris, that hey man, there's a lot of basically grimy ass chicks out here. And he was basically talking about how Cassie, that she was involved with all the dirty things, that Puffy was doing. And, now she got upset or whatever, got tired of it. Now I'm like, hey, man, yeah, that's just how they are. That's how wicked they are. But one of the, facts I remember and what he said, he said this. He said, man, I think it was him or Corey that said it. He said, a cat, these crazy weak motherfuckers, what I mean, man or woman, they're weak as hell because they like to do this. These motherfuckers in particular, this particular group, these motherfucking narcissistic bastards, if they cannot manipulate you, they will try to kill you. And I came across a lot of people that may not be like at that mark or whatever, but that kind of mentality, with most, it's watered down. At most, they will try to beat your ass, you know what I mean, if they cannot manipulate you.
I mean, yeah, that's rule of law for a dictator.
And if you think about it, it's like, damn, this government has allowed these motherfuckers to be on some total tyrannical shit. Hell, all to where all the bitch got to do is point her finger in one direction, like as if she's some damn war general, and cops and the National Guard and all of them will go right in that direction.
I mean, even when I look at the Puffy video, and I say this, right?
Yeah.
I've always looked at, and I'll admit, everybody has their blue pill moments. When I first joined the department, I'm like, damn, it must be a lot of guys out here beating up on women. And I'm like, wait a minute. Women will call if you raise your voice at them. Or if you think they're going to do something, they'll even lie. But how many times do women assault men and not one damn call is made? If he was this abusive guy, which Puffy was in that video, and how long ago was that?
They said that video was 2016.
But I do have to ask this question. If he was broke, he would have been in jail, right? Because he would have been cold.
Is it me or you just
Whole
fell off,
story.
Charles? Oh, you fell off for a good minute, bro.
I was like, what part did you last hear?
When you was going to talking about the Cassie thing.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, what Tucker did was criminal, sure. But how long were you taking that abuse? Why now? Because now you want a payout. You don't want justice, you just want the money.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the light skinned dude on Corey Holcomb, he was saying like, man, he was getting kind of heated too on there, man. Y'all should check it out. But he was saying like, he's like, man, that bitch, man, she was complicit, man. She was all involved with all the dirty stuff Puppy was doing, and now she wants to renege.
I said it when it first came out, when he settled with her before the video came out. I said she's getting with this new guy, so now they want to get some quick money so they can start their life.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's pretty much blackmail.
What happened? What happened about? Why didn't you report him to the police while it happened?
Again, you just heard Charles say, or somebody said, all you got a woman nowadays, all you gotta do is point your fucking finger, and a man goes to jail.
Oh yeah, I said that. Yeah.
So don't sit here and tell me that you didn't have every opportunity to call the cops and get this man arrested.
But let's also point this out. How many women lie about domestic violence, and how many times do they assault men? 70% in the black community of domestic violence, the woman is the aggressor. But we don't call the cops for domestic violence on our women because we're indoctrinated not to. We're made to take it. But yet, all this abuse, I've said this, it's one thing if you call the cops and you're abused, never knocking that. But you want to wait all this time now to get this money. You don't want justice, you just want paid. You just want the gold, you want the trinkets. You miss that lifestyle. That's why I could actually tell you, people are full of shit, man. What's up, New How you feeling?
Hey, I'm doing good. I'm driving to work right now, bright and early, so it is what it is. I have a question though. If you can, to the best of your ability, from before it changed, can you explain to us the what is it? I think I'm saying it wrong, but the statutes of limitation. Am I saying that right?
Statutes of limitation is a certain time period that you can be charged. Like for misdemeanors, it's usually like a year and a day.
Okay.
For more egregious crimes, you probably got 10 years. But for stuff like, sexual assault or murder, there's no statute of limitation.
Was that a recent change?
Some were and some aren't.
Around, okay, because I'm trying to figure out if that statute was changed around 2013. If you see where I'm going with this.
And plus, you got to look on the. You got to look at the state as well.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not trying to change the conversation. I'm not trying to change the conversation. I just want to. I'm just trying to pinpoint when all this stuff really started reaching the point of, oh, we can just bring something up from 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Because if it's going to be like that, then let's go ahead and take it all the way back to the Emmett Till situation. Let's just go ahead and put that person in jail. Oh, well, no. She's in her 80s. It's like, nah, okay. But you see what I'm saying, right? How far back do we go? I'll stop right there.
It depends on the crime and the state, but it's funny how a lot of times you don't see them trying to press charges. Like, for example, you want to look at a case that's really screwed up? Look at the Tory Lane case. How do you give that chick immunity if she convicts Tory Lane? They didn't give a fuck on the gun that wasn't his. They want to talk about how they don't want to talk about how Megan Thee Stallion was an angry drunk trying to fight everybody.
Angry cokehead.
Yep.
Yeah, Cardi B
She's a
drugging
pill
dudes.
popping, coke sniffing, alcohol abusing,
Cardi
violent
B
black
drugging
woman.
dudes and shit too.
She just
They
did
don't
an
want to
interview talking about it.
They
About
don't
how
want to
she gets violent when she pops Xanax.
They don't want to
She's a
talk about
druggie.
how they don't want to talk about how her and the girl were fighting over the gun.
Yeah.
The gun went off and ricocheted. You think that they can't do ballistics testing and measure from where Tory was standing, where the girl was standing, where Megan was standing, and the entry of where the fragment, because it wasn't a whole bullet, ricocheted into her foot? And there were witness testimonies that he was trying to break up the fight between her. But because, and see, this is the reason why black men, you need to get your candidates. Why? Guess who's quicker to put you in jail? So, guess who's the quickest to put a black state's attorney will fight hard to put your black ass in jail.
You know, somebody told me, Charles, that that cops don't typically do the forensics or measuring the trajectory of bullets like that. Only except for special cases.
Bullshit. Every shooting case, they're doing trajectory. Why? Because even if you're shot at, that's still aggravated assault. The bullet can miss you. Pointing a gun at you or a knife at your throat. Nobody's cut, nobody's shot. Aggravated assault. So you're gonna have to do the trajectory because guess what? How do we know that this gun could possibly be shot by you at this distance, at this angle? Notice you don't hear nothing about the ballistics testing. You don't hear nothing about the trajectory. You don't hear nothing about you didn't even have the DNA on the fucking gun that this man supposedly had. It was a bunch of liars. Notice why they put the girl and gave her immunity. Because if she told the truth, Megan will be in jail. And that would have fucked up her career. But look who's Megan connected to. Look how many politicians. I tell you, this black woman, boy, we need you, black man. We want you, black man. Yeah, somebody got to play the scapegoat.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Charles. Because this sounds like to me.
Get it in, bro. Get it in.
This sounds like the record labels pulled some strings here. Kind of like how the record labels pulled strings.
Let's jump head first into 10 feet of water.
Kind of like how the record labels pulled strings all those years to keep R. Kelly's child molestation quiet. He was making too much fucking money. R. Kelly was making a lot of fucking money for a lot of people.
Once he stopped, you saw what happened.
That whole documentary with the Lifetime Surviving R. Kelly, that was the media people saying, let's milk this nigga one last time.
And they did basically the same, trying to do the same thing with Puffy, but now it's like surviving Puffy now.
Well, Puffy was never an artist. Meg is an artist. R. Kelly was an artist. So this sounds like the labels pulling strings here, because they did nitrate tests on Tory Lanez and the test came back negative. He didn't even fire a fucking weapon that night.
Hold on, correction. You said Megan is the artist.
Yeah, she's a cash cow, basically.
Oh, okay.
She's a cash cow artist.
Diddy is an owner. Diddy doesn't write the fucking songs.
Let me put it to you this way. When you have a shooting, you have multiple people. You bag their hands for gunpowder residue and test the gunpowder residue. He didn't fire a gun. There's no residue on his hands. So that means he could not possibly physically fire the fucking gun.
So it sounded like the shit was rigged. Them, for them to, focus on targeting him, and they made it, blatantly known to us all, to us all black, to all of us black men now, and revealing it to us today that you guys are and have been targeting black men, and been in the way on a major note in our way, in our strive to success. Because once we get up there, then you're showing to the rest of the world, to us, by doing this shit today, that you guys don't want us there. So you guys don't want us to ascend. So basically, you guys are asking for civil war.
I mean, basically,
I'm just saying.
Basically, the record labels pulled fucking strings here. I'm convinced, and you're not going to convince me of nothing else. How the fuck do you test me for nitrate and it come back negative and I still get found guilty of shooting somebody? What the fuck? But during COVID, everybody was saying, believe the science, trust the science. Which one is it? But Meg makes more money for the record labels than Tory Lanez does. It's just that simple.
Who was saying believe the science and during COVID?
All the people that was pushing the jab on you.
Oh.
Anybody that didn't want the jab, you was stupid and you need to trust the science.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about those motherfuckers of Scientology, motherfuckers.
But now it's a criminal case. Now all of a sudden science, it doesn't matter.
And did you see how adamant that state's attorney was? She didn't bring up none of this shit, but they gave the bitch immunity. Fucking wow.
Well, just like when R. Kelly got convicted, nobody anywhere talks about how R. Kelly's lawyer presented all of these women and they had documented proof, text messages of women telling their daughters to pursue sexual relationships with R. Kelly.
Why none of the parents, his ex-wives, his bodyguards, why aren't they in jail?
And some of those parents, my bad, but
no, continue, please.
And some of those parents actually got paid off, and then because of what happened, they got paid again. Think about that.
R. Kelly went broke paying people off his whole career. It all started with Aaliyah's mother. Aaliyah's mama is the only one who had a daughter that was successful. So Aaliyah's mama didn't want to dig up a whole can of worms here about how he was fucking Aaliyah. That's why she didn't take part in the documentary. And that's why she held to the story all these years that her daughter and R. Kelly were never married. Bullshit, they were married.
And Mama Aaliyah knew all about it. But see, Aaliyah is dead now, so Mommy gets that catalog money. Everybody else, like Sparkle, who don't have any fucking money, this was all a revenge thing from Sparkle. Sparkle is the one who leaked that video with R. Kelly peeing on the little girl that just so happened to be related to Sparkle.
Oh.
When Sparkle said it out of her own mouth, I introduced my niece to R. Kelly. Okay, time out, Sparkle. If you knew you were underage and you was fucking R. Kelly, why would you bring your niece around? You know why, Sparkle? Because you're a fucking enabler. I said 10 minutes ago, when you look, oftentimes in these molestation situations, there's fucking enablers.
Setting R. Kelly up with her niece just so she can turn around later on down the line, set R. Kelly up.
She set him up with her niece because she was promised fame and fortune. When her album came out and it flopped and he had to put it on the shelf like the labels do because that's the business, Sparkle couldn't understand that part. So she was angry because she didn't get the fame and the fortune like she was promised. Although he did hold up his end of the bargain by actually putting her out there with a record. So she leaked the tape. If you go back and watch the initial interview when the whole tape thing came out, and R. Kelly did that interview with what's his name from BET, he asked R. Kelly point blank, who do you think leaked the tape? And R. Kelly said with a straight face, Sparkle did it. He knew exactly who did that shit. So Sparkle is not a victim here. She's an enabler. How would Sparkle know where R. Kelly keeps his sex tapes?
By the way, she's not just an enabler. She's an accomplice.
Hey, she's an accomplice after the fact. Correct.
Yeah.
A lot of people was pimping their daughters to R. Kelly. But everybody is quiet about that. Nobody says anything about that part. R. Kelly went broke, buying people homes, paying for vacations, buying cars, buying jewelry, paying people colleges and all this shit. And when the money ran out, they all turned on him for one last check. That's why R. Kelly was spazzing like that in that interview with Gail. Remember that Gail interview?
Yeah.
And he was spazzing the fuck out because he's hurt. He's saying, hey, wait a minute. I held up my end of the deal here. I paid everybody. Why y'all doing this to me? Because R. Kelly, you're a scumbag. And everybody you did business with are scumbags right along with you. That's why. There's no honor amongst thieves.
Oh, there. Oh, trust me. See, here's the bad part about it, right? When you're with criminals, you're gonna get done dirty by those same criminals. That's just rule of thumb. That's just rule of thumb. And Sparkle, why isn't he in jail for being an accomplice? Aiding and abetting.
Called privilege under the protective class clause. That's not written.
And see, this is the reason why I've said it for years. Black men, you have no allies. Somebody put that in the chat, please, for time on memorial. Yes, I agree. R. Kelly is scummy, but he should not be the only one in jail.
He should not be.
And I totally agree with that. That'll be my point too.
He should not be the only one in jail. Yes, he did.
That goes with my what'd you say?
He should not be the only one in jail. He did some crazy, scummy, disgusting shit, but he shouldn't be the. A lot of people's parents. How the fuck do you serve your kid on a platter? But you quick to call people. You quick to call people predators, but you just yeeted your kids right into a guy that you would consider a predator.
Now y'all feeling it, man. Now y'all feeling what I'm saying with my theory, dude. Yes, because as I had thought about the Joker and everything, and you know, and the whole thought about okay that people helped created the Joker by what they did to him and shit, and that happens a lot, and it's so devastating, you know what I mean, and to where it's like the people who created the Joker are more dangerous than the Joker.
Because you got to remember, the Joker is not a cause. He's just an effect. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know what I mean, like, cause that's what I'm saying, like, okay, like before you bring the hammer down on him for blowing up buildings filled with people and all that stuff, you know what I mean, before you bring the hammer down on him, you need to bring all those bastards that helped create them, just so they won't go about and creating more Jokers. Hence why I said,
right?
huh?
Because that means you would need an overhaul of society. Because everybody knew in Chicago, from anybody I knew who was in Chicago, knew the rumors. Now, all of a sudden, y'all want to protect children even though you've been serving. Where are these parents?
Spending his fucking money. That's where they at.
Now, see, this is where I tell people. Nobody puts a value on your pussy like your mama. The first person who puts a value on your pussy is your mama.
And not only that, but all of the fucking venues that still had him come perform, all of the radio stations that still played his music, all of the video, VH1, MTV, BET that still played his shit. Nobody says a fucking word about all of those people.
You know what? I got another person that, and I remember when it came up, the way it got snuffed under the rug so quick, it still blows my mind to this very day. Charlemagne. If y'all remember that story. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Nope. Are you talking about when he?
Hey, you cut out. What you say?
When he said something years ago about how he quote took it from the girl or some shit.
Well, there was an accusation that he was messing with an underage, and then it got swept under real quick. I was like, okay, let's see how far this goes. It got swept under real quick, and I'm like, wait, hold on. At the end of the day, like, how do you not know that you're dealing with an underage person? And then now you can see that it looks like he has a choke chain around his neck, and that he has to go a certain way when he starts pushing certain agendas on his whatever that show is called.
They go there, but that's the thing about it. When they're done with him, they'll bring it all back up. And a lot of black women don't think this shit is going to come to them. When Meg stops selling records, it's all going to come out about her drug abuse.
in a book. It's gonna come out in the book just like Shawnee.
It's all going to come out. Because you got to understand, this is the first time that black women have had the lead when it's come to rap music. All that shit, all of these motherfucking shit going to come out eventually. Right now, they're doing the men.
Oh, yep. And speaking of the men, they now motherfuckers they put eyes on Jay-Z now. There's some conspiracy going on with him and involving a alleged murder.
And I'm going to say something. I'm going to say something real quick. And I don't mean to change the subject, get off Jay-Z, but I want to touch on 50 for a minute. You know, 50 really irks the fuck out of me.
You know what? I don't blame you, and I kind of resonate with you on that one. Even though I'm not a big 50 Cent fan at all, nowhere near it. But yeah, I get you.
Listen, I love the guy. Think he's a talented songwriter. And you know, I always love the story about, you know, the rags to riches story and all that. But here's my problem with 50. When nobody else in the industry would touch you, 50, it was Sean Combs that gave you a job. And this is how you repay the man? I mean, what a piece of shit. Why does 50 always feel like he has to destroy other black men? You still have a problem with Ja Rule and Irv Gotti, and I don't even know if Irv Gotti really black or whatever.
50 got
But
that.
50 has a real fucking issue with always doing this to black men. Where's this problem with a white person for once, 50?
I mean, he got one of those looks on his faces where he's just he looks like a grimy nigga. I don't know. It is just a bunch of black dudes, man, that got those kind of faces, man, where it's just, you know, especially too if you've been done wrong by motherfuckers before. And Cat Williams was right. Shout out to him. He's like the same motherfucker did you wrong. There's a whole bunch of people. They all have the same eyes. All the motherfuckers that did you wrong, they all have the same eyes, like they gleam of darkness in their eyes and shit. And 50, he gives off just that. So yeah, he looks shady.
He's a slimy fucker, and I hate black men for doing this shit all the damn time. I'm not putting the cape on for Diddy. I'm just simply saying it was Sean Combs that kept you in the industry, 50, when nobody else would touch you.
50 is disloyal.
He's a piece of shit.
Wasn't Floyd his boy for the longest time?
Yeah. He's a piece of shit.
He knows it.
But people still give him high praise and shit, even though, despite it all.
I mean, really think about it. When you were selling dope in the hood, you ended up having a problem with your boss. Floyd Mayweather, y'all was good friends, and then you ended up having a fallout with him, and you on the internet telling all his business. Like I said, Diddy was the one that kept you in the rap game when nobody anywhere would touch you. Now you're shitting on Diddy. Everybody that 50 ever comes close to, he ends up shitting on him in the long run.
Now I'll tell you now, all the principles that I've mustered out of the Black Manosphere, you know, / through brothers like Black Ram 303 and many others. That's some effeminate shit.
Thank you. That was what I was getting at. Thank you.
Real men don't do that shit. I'm like, nigga, you got all this money and you decide to do all that shit. That's what these females be doing, man.
50 is an example of the typical black man in America. You're very fucking effeminate.
Oh, man, I can't do no kind of business with dudes like
You
that. You
act like
can't
a
even,
bitch. You always have to be. You always have to be opposed to another black man.
you can't ride in my car or smoke my blunt. Pause.
I think I spoke on a little bit on that, like what you're talking about, that archetype. I was driving home from work and I jumped on Charles's show and I talked about that type of stuff like that. Like, I never trust men that act feminine like that. I never do. And typically, as soon as they even give the impression of possibly doing that to me, I call their ass out immediately, and then you will see it come out in full force. I don't know why, Nora's acting like that. I'm just trying to be his friend. It's like, why are you even talking feminine? You're a fucking man, dude. Put some basic order.
Even his own fucking son. You can't get along with your own fucking kid, Curtis.
I think that's two-sided though, because even the way he's behaving, the way his mannerism was when he was trying to, make money off of his dad, I think a lot of that was coming from his mom too.
It definitely, a lot of it definitely came. In fact, you can say most of it came from the mother. I'm not disagreeing there at all. But again, I'm just going down the track history. 50 Cent has a long fucking history of anybody that gets close to him, he turns on them. And I just think it's some real bitch nigga shit. Like for example, when you look at Cameron, and everybody's mad at him because, he was acting ignorant and shit on the CNN interview. Because Cam, listen, Cam knew exactly what he was fucking doing. Cam didn't really want to be involved. He didn't want to have too much to say about the whole Diddy shit. And, he just basically trolled CNN. And people saying, oh, that's fuck, yeah, he didn't want to say nothing about Diddy. Why the fuck do he have to say something about Diddy? Why?
Hey, let's speak on that real quick. Let's speak on what he did, right? The thing is this, right? He was told by CNN, hey, we want to interview you. So off rip, right? Why should he have it in his head? Okay, they want me to come and speak, and I know they're gonna want to come in, have me speak about Diddy because I had, I used to talk to him a little bit here and there. Who does stuff like that? And that means that he would have never have reacted the way that he did. He thought that he was coming on just to be interviewed for a little bit because of him being in the game and then the fact that he has a new podcast, him and Mace, right? And he said it on there. He said you should be talking to Mace. And then because it was a black woman interviewing, which it was very convenient, he was like, hey man, who's the talent manager for this? And then she tried to cut it real quick, and then all these people are trying to blow up on him. I was like, are you serious? He was confused.
I'm gonna talk strategy with y'all real quick. How many times do you see a black woman on CNN? Rarely ever.
Enough. I'm not gonna say they're the face of CNN. I see them enough.
Here's another thing. Who benefited from that Cameron interview? It's Cameron. Because he played them. They paid him because they had to pay him for that shit. And guess who everybody's talking about?
Cam.
Guess who's on record sales coming back up?
Cam. And not only that, Cam say, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he say he got 1 million more subscribers or something to his show?
Yeah, he played them. He played them exactly how you should. They thought they were going to play him and make him a stool pigeon. But he played them the right way you should have.
And I wouldn't be too pissed off if he wanted to keep it at Diddy, even though it's still slimy, but at least you're talking about Diddy. But go back and watch that interview. Notice when she said, Is this a thing that you typically see in the industry? See, now this whole thing has to be, this is rap music. No, it's not rap music. It's fucking Diddy. This is what he did. But see, now the media, that's how they want to frame this shit. Oh, look at these fucking rappers.
Oh, but guess what? Nobody wants to talk about Elvis Presley marrying a 14-year-old.
Oh, you can't go over there. You cannot go after their gods. You cannot go after their gods.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, you can't
boom.
do that.
What they say? The king of battle was what? The artillery? Boom.
All the white men and the raccoons and the damn coons is coming at you for that.
And hold on, wait a minute. Did you see TMZ? TMZ ran up on Common and asked Common about it. And hey, Common, what do you think about the whole Diddy situation? And Common sidestepped it real good, and he said, "Look, dog, nowadays I don't do all this negative shit. I try to keep all that negative shit out of my vision. I just want to stay positive." Who's mad at Common in the comment section? Black women. Oh, Diddy must got something on him. Oh, he just don't want his dirt to come out. Look how fucking traitorous black women are. What the fuck has Common ever done to anybody?
You know, a lot of y'all might not realize this. I actually bodyguarded for Cameron, Common when he was in Baltimore a couple of years back. One of the coolest dudes. It was a pleasure, being part of his protection detail. Cool as fuck. Upstanding guy, too. And you thinking that he's trying to, no, he's doing movies and shit. He's still doing his music. He's enjoying life. He's right. Stay positive. But a black man can't live positively, can they?
I mean, even Cameron. Y'all remember back in the day when he was wearing pink and all that, and they tried to say he was suspect?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he already went through this before. He's like, oh, nah, y'all not gonna make money off of me off of, talking points. Hey, come to my show if y'all want to hear. If you want to really hear us talk, come to my show. Come to me and Mason's show. Play CNN like a fool.
No, he played. That was. You know what? They ought to teach classes in military colleges on how masterful Cameron played CNN. That was beautiful. And you know what's funny? And you know what's gonna make me really go on a fucking Apache war dance? It's gonna be some idiots in the so-called parts of this manosphere who are gonna say, he made black men look stupid and ignorant. You don't see the play? You should be applauding him. White man paid him top dollar, and he benefits, and they're the ones leaving the bag empty. And notice, once
Wait a minute, hold on.
again,
You
they didn't even
repeat
get a
that? Repeat that. You said bag empty.
leaving the bag. They held them with the bag empty because he took all the money, he took all the ratings, he got all the subscribers. He's going to get all the money, and he's made now. Well, he was already made, but now he's so self-sufficient. Now, if you want to hear about the industry, come to my show. That's why people don't know long-term strategy. You already knew it was suspect because CNN did not get a black man to interview him.
Yep. Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. That's exactly where I was about to go with that too. It's like, of all people, you wanted to bring the so-called matriarch / handler to put him in his place if he was to go off script.
Never fails. It's the same fucking playbook every single goddamn time.
But guess what? My man was like Pinocchio and Ultron. There are no strings on me.
And stupid black women need to stop always falling for this stupid shit.
They're not falling for it, bro. They know exactly what they're doing. They're like, oh, you better do your thing and give us our money, give us our respect. That's exactly what it was. They were mad that he did that to the specific reporter, or he was acting like that towards that specific reporter. Let it be a white reporter. You think they'll be acting that crazy?
And Pam said it best. He said, "Look at my history. Look at me on CNN. Look at me with the Bill O'Reilly interview. Look at me on 60 Minutes." Pam don't give a fuck about these institutions. Because Cam knows he don't make his money from CNN and Fox News and 60 Minutes. So why should he give a fuck?
No. And that's the reason why I support your interests. People think it's just about making a dollar. You think a motherfucker like BGS, if he took his esoteric shit, polished it up, took the black off of it, he wouldn't easily get 100,000 subscribers by the end of the week? Dr. T, if he didn't do a course for black men and black boy studies, and he made it general for men, he wouldn't be at 1 million. No, motherfuckers speak on your behalf because the story's gotta be told. The more you're quiet, the more you accept your fate. Alright? A lot of people don't want to be like the accomplices to their own destruction. I'm used to my show. Last year, I was averaging 150 to 200 viewers live. Early last year. Now I get hit. Guess what? Story gets told. You don't let somebody stop your progress, man.
And I'm gonna say something else about this whole Diddy situation. Notice nobody's talking about Vince McMahon.
There we go.
Hell, not just him, bro. Dana White.
Uh-oh.
There we go.
Uh-oh.
No, fuck Dana White. No. I'm not even gonna go there. Look, no. Vince McMahon.
Brett Favre.
Vince McMahon has been doing this shit for how many fucking decades? There's all kinds of fucking accusations about Vince McMahon. But you notice how fans of the WWE and I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, white people, notice how they're not so fast to completely shit on Vince McMahon and throw him under the bus. And Vince McMahon is a slimy bastard. Other races of people are not as fast to turn their back on their own kind like black people are. I'm just saying it.
Hey, it makes sense. I rocks with it. I agree. That's true. Because, when you look back and, and you observe all these other cultures and how they interact with each other, how they operate, and, you notice their little evils too, because there's no country, that's without shade. So, but there's some that has a greater darkness than others. But we see it, that these cats are showing that they have a whole different way of, a whole different worldview than us, but we've been brainwashed and only focusing on um, our worldview here in the states. Obviously, because we're different than the other countries, but we ain't looking at through their worldview because we're operating totally opposite of that. Totally opposite of nation building.
It's kind of like they say, "Hey, yeah, he's a piece of shit, but that's our piece of shit."
Right. And how dare you go overseas and mess with it and give women what's supposed to be our money? How dare you go over there and give them our money? How dare you?
They do it that easily.
How dare you talk about that good white man who has 15 illegitimate black children?
And who's been smacking me around?
Nobody nowhere asked the question, is this a thing in the wrestling business? When it comes to raping women and all this type of shit. When Vince McMahon came up, but one fucking Sean Combs does something, now the entire rap industry has to answer for it.
Mm-hmm. Let's talk about this one. Remember a while back? Because I know y'all been noticing this one trend that's been on social media. Before a black wife, all these little shorts
I've
that
seen
come out.
that.
Nobody wants to bring up homeboy from the Seattle Seahawks years ago.
Oh, when he crushed Shorty face in?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell happened?
Some no-name offensive lineman beat up his black girlfriend. Fucked up bad too.
Oh
But
Lord.
somehow the NFL doesn't have to answer for this. Somehow this doesn't make all white men look bad. But you better bet your. But wait a minute. Compare that to Ray Rice.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I was about to say that.
What about the kicker, the white kicker, who made the Ray Rice incident look like patty cake?
Hey, what were the ball players? I bet they were. If I remember, I think they still were. Wouldn't they still like penalized like basically having troubles to come back into the game even after it's been known that they're innocent of the crime that they was accused of?
Yeah, that kicker got kicked off the team. He's still unemployed from what I know.
There's a young baseball player. I think he hasn't been in the league since 2021 because of the false accusation. I forgot his name.
That Nigerian broad. She's going to go down for that shit.
Trevor Bauer. Trevor Bauer's his name, and the chick's name is Adala.
She's going to go down for that.
Oh, she will. Let's not forget his ex-girlfriend, who accuses some shit just to secure the bag. She ain't been punished for her shit. It's just been proven that she lied about all the things.
Yep. She's going to go down.
Bitches,
Man, if all the simps just stop messing with these bras, damn it, boy, hey, you will really punish their ass too. Bitch, no dick and no money. They can still remain a simp, but not giving this bitch no play.
Are you talking about the new masculinity?
Yeah, shout out to FD Signify, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's the simps always bail these bitches out.
Yeah, man, and it's like, and I know I just gave the whole utopian dream right there. So yeah, that would never happen because it's just they're so diehard with it. You know, some are a little diluted or whatever, but then there's those that are just in the same as as I believe a lot of y'all are strong. You know what I mean? And y'all it over here in the Black Manosphere, and these ideas that we stand on, which is God given and it's all in the natural how things should be. All right, where the man has that governance as he should over his family, and and he is not to be questioned and all that good stuff. Trusted in his wisdom, guidance, and structure. Right, but thing is, it's just they're not willing. They're not willing. They're not willing to go and see. Okay, that this is it, man. This is how you should be as a man. No, they just so dieharded, like they're strong there's some strong blue pill motherfuckers. Just as you got strong black pill, strong real pill, strong red pill. Hey, you got some strong blue pill motherfuckers that will literally fight you for saying like anything of the slightest of the ill of about a woman. And you niggas got to be ready. I don't want to hear you on here talking
about my queen like that.
I don't want to hear you on these panels talking tough Tony, masculine on some Kratos shit. Damn it. And nigga, I see your ass in person. I'm gonna be like, name her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like,
yeah. Listen.
I'm gonna be like Charles. I'm like Charles. Were you just talking? I'm like, damn it, Charles. I'm like Charles. Were you just talking? All this just high profile masculine shit. But now I see Charles with a giving his balls to a bitch and putting him in a purse. No, that's not the Charles I know.
And by the way, I'm actually happy that we almost got 40 people in the building, and it's like 4:00 and 4:30 in the fucking morning.
Oh,
and that tells you something.
Yeah.
A lot of people, when they say y'all just not putting out quality content, this lets you know that YouTube is stifling our growth. It proves to you. So Dapper Dawn said, Robert Kraft prostitution sting, Brett Favre robbing poor people from Mississippi, Ben Roethlisberger raping a woman that he settled out of court with. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Did I mute myself
Ben Roethlisberger not once but twice.
Yeah. You didn't even hear nothing, and this was during his career. They never brought that shit back up, did they?
Nope. No, damn, I didn't know we almost had 40 people, dude, and it's down 4:00. Shit.
So that lets you know, when I talk about this shit, it lets you know how much YouTube is fucking with Manosphere content.
Yeah, but it's getting to the point to where now they're gonna end up having to start to allow it, man, because it's no number just raw truth, and it's out there so blatantly obvious, But thing is, they still have that right to choose which side to be on, or be the people that's in the middle. As they seem to be, because they end up getting rid of finally. What's that chick? What's your sister name? Cynthia G.
You talking about your ex-wife?
No, nigga.
You talking about your ex-wife? You talk about the chick that you ate out last week? Yeah, we know.
No,
Cynthia G.
no, he didn't.
You
Oh
know, you were
shit,
deep
stop
sea
it.
diving on that bitch, weren't you?
No,
Hey, hold
nigga,
on.
he
Y'all was
got me there.
cupcaking?
Hey,
Let me
no,
find out y'all was cupcaking.
I'm on
Oh,
420,
he talking
and he
about
got me off that one.
you know the
Damn,
motherfucker he was 69 with. Oh yeah, we
motherfucker.
know.
Nah,
Oh man,
you know
yeah,
Cynthia
69
G.
God.
You know Cynthia G was sitting on your face, boy. You know
You
she
know,
was squirting
man.
all in your face, boy.
Shit, that's
Stop
bullshit. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm
it.
gonna tell you one thing. You called her the same thing like your favorite beer, Anheuser Busch.
Nah, that nigga, she squirted in your face, and she said, "I gotta mark my territory."
I mean,
Lord,
shit. She didn't squirt. She said, "Don't go chasing waterfalls. You know they sitting right here." That's what she said for you, man.
Nah,
She said
nigga,
you
shit.
sucked her toes, her clit, and her nipples, man. She said you gave it a fucking the full car wash. I mean, she said you ate the ass like a goddamn happy meal.
Man, nigga, why did Cynthia G said, nigga, you licked her bald head, nigga?
I mean, shit. Matter of fact, Cynthia G said y'all role played and she allowed you to put her wig on.
Oh shit.
She said she caught you saying Beta Bell Cruise with her wig on. Oh,
let me find out y'all
Oh, I
actually made
did.
her smile. Y'all made her smile? Let me find out.
I mean,
Hell
shit.
no.
He said he kissed the vertical moon rise, man.
No, nigga.
They
Hey.
said, damn. They said you ate her ass so bad you gave her colon cleansing. God damn.
Oh, hell no.
They like, damn, no problems here.
Hey, nigga.
Oh
Hey,
shit.
man. And what's up with all these, what's up with this trend, nigga? Motherfuckers eating ass and shit, man. And they talking about, oh, motherfuckers catching parasites from doing that shit. Ha 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 ha.
I tell you, it's you know,
That's not a joke continuing towards you though, but that just reminded me when you said that.
it's weird because men used to be. There's nothing wrong getting freaky, whatever you like. Whatever you fuck, I don't nut. So I mean, people have just gotten weird, or as I always say, people always been weird. Now they allowed to show it in the open. They
Oh
just
man, I should show you this video. I should send it to you to check out later. It's where the Charleston White has on show and he's doing the whole eliminating thing. Having 20 females versus him, whatever that he chooses from. And man, this one chick came up to him and had an obvious BBL, this light skinned chick with a red hair. And she was like, yeah, she'll stick with it and all that shit, but we know it's obvious BBL, and she can make it clap too and all that shit. But she was looking at this motherfucker like, boy, like she was ready to take him down. And she was like, hey, she's like, shit, I eat the gooch though. I'm like, the gooch? What the fuck is the? Oh hell no!
I'll be like,
That's an
that's a
automatic no, bitch.
so
No.
guess what? How many that makes you think, right? That remember back in the day, plus 40 plus year olds, because everybody on this panel gotta be like damn near 40 or close to over 40.
I
Have
turned
you noticed
44 on the 26th. Just to let y'all know.
happy early birthday.
Appreciate it.
Have you noticed when we were back in high school, you couldn't catch a girl talking about sucking dick. But now, if you go to high schools and I'm just listening to conversations like I'm walking past when I was coaching wrestlers, you hear these girls talk about, man, I don't know what he talking about. I sucked the best dick in the school. I was like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I
Well,
bet.
hey, where you think they getting it from?
Get it from her mama.
Man, ain't that the signature, boy?
Have you ever noticed that you never see dudes going up to the club with their sons? You might see them at the pool hall, the cigar lounge, maybe the beach, maybe in the woods, camping, hunting. at the gun range, working
You
on a
don't,
car,
and you don't see that shit no more like
in
that,
the
huh?
gym, in the gym. But you never see us in the club. But how many times do you see mom and daughter in the club together, dancing on and competing for the same man?
You damn right, and one of them pregnant.
Sometimes both pregnant. How the fuck you gonna have your baby? You're gonna have your daughters fucking. You're gonna have fucking basically babies who are brothers slash uncles slash what the fuck?
Sick ass bitches.
This is sick shit. Like you're pregnant by the same man that your daughter's pregnant by, so you're gonna have a brother uncle. Us. Not only is that your grandson, but you're having a. I don't even know what the relation is for that shit. That's some. We used to joke. We used to joke the fucking trailer park people about this shit, but now we ain't too far behind. We are not too far behind.
Man. And I can just look and see the wickedness in these bitches' eyes now, man. It's just they done so much evil before me, dude. I'm like, yeah, bitch. I'm like, yeah, bitch, you got some darkness in you, bitch. Yeah, I can tell you. Yeah, bitch, you done did some shit, bitch. Yeah, you probably had gang bangs and all that. Yep.
And she's slinging cum like a fucking Jedi lightsaber and shit.
Oh my God, dude, that reminded me. There was one white chick on there, y'all, that came up on there, and she was thick, you know. I mean, hey, the food went down, right? But she was still kind of fat though. Yeah, she was touching borderline for me because yeah, I'm kind of picky with that when it comes to the white girls though. Even though I don't fuck with them like that, but I will. But yeah, because I know them, their nature too, which is no different than the filthy and trifling nature of the succubus of the B-dub. But dude, this white girl but y'all dig this, the white girl, right, that came up to, it was her turn to come up to Charleston White, and she was again, talking on Charleston, you know what I mean, and the question came to her about, okay, the freakiest thing that she ever done, and she said, well, the freakiest thing I ever done, I had a glass of another guy's piss, and I drank it. She drank another guy's piss.
See, and that's the shit I'm talking about. It's not even sexual shit no more. It's just disgusting, gross shit now.
That's deviant. That is deviant.
Like, what the fuck? This man asked you about freaky. That's not freaky.
Dude, I was like, oh my God. I had to smoke one after that. I'm like, oh man, yeah, I'm good. Thank God for muck mode. Muck mode until travel, damn it. Fuck that. Yeah, I'm cool. Y'all can, some cats like, I can't do it, man. I can't. Nigga, nah, I'm good. I'm good. And them bitches too from Texas spreading out too.
Oh, speaking of Texas.
Yeah.
What is it? Is it gonorrhea or syphilis?
Yeah, it was this high as hell.
And expecting mothers up 120% since like 2014.
So just imagine that, right? With them knowing of the news of that going out there, right? So they're gonna do the best they can to travel out to different states and shit where motherfuckers don't know them. You know what I mean? So, and they're gonna spread that shit all throughout the whole damn country. Filthy ass parasites. Fucking, yeah.
All of y'all flying bitches out, niggas. That's on y'all. I blame y'all for that shit.
And then I'll be hearing it, right? When I be, in the shadows watching these other channels and panels and shit. Motherfuckers talking, arguing with each other, and you hear it too. Certain panels where motherfuckers arguing with each other, talking about, see that nigga, that's why nigga you don't get no pussy. You don't get no pussy. What's your pussy count, nigga? What's your pussy count?
That's the black man. That's what happens when you grow up under a gynocracy. Your only value is how many women can you screw?
I mean, these things these motherfuckers do, man. I promise you. Even in my simp days, I never thought of doing. I mean, I've seen it, but it was just I never cared. It just wasn't in my soul to do that. Like, I mean, I'm just totally built different, man. Like, I just couldn't. So, and as I got older, it became more ironclad in me, and my awareness and seeing how unrighteous that shit is. Yeah, and effeminate. Yeah, I'm cool. I can't operate like that, but yeah, being wanting to sleep with another man's woman or wife and that kind of shit. Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
good.
Thank you.
I'm good. It's just that never been in me, and plus and been me seeing it in God's word that He's against that shit, right? You know what I mean? That He's known to allow for it to happen, lift His, lifting His power of His protection a little bit off your ass. Just so, damn it, just a tiny bit. He just lifts it up a tiny bit, and just in that tiny bit, that's all he needs. Just in allowing this motherfucker to come back with a shotgun and blow your ass away for sleeping with his wife like a dumbass.
Yeah.
And then you go to heaven and get judged, and then God's gonna tell you, I try to tell your ass, dummy. I try to tell your dumb ass, but you didn't listen.
It's effeminate, like you said. It's
Yeah.
just some effeminate shit.
And let's just put this out there for the order. You don't have to be a flaming homosexual. You don't have to be gay. You don't have to be dressing like a woman to be effeminate. Your demeanor, your attitude, your chosen words, the way you treat people can be effeminate. Because you shouldn't be bitchy. You shouldn't be conniving. A man is his word. I just got talking to a 24-year-old about this shit. Be a man of your goddamn word. You know why? Because you never know how many motherfuckers stuck their black ass necks out for you. You used to be a man of honor. Notice,
That's real shit.
I never been a nice guy. I've been an honorable man. I try to be one with gay babe bitch ass. And I said, I did everything I said about you. You did everything you say about me. Unfortunately, my grandfather passed, and he said, "See, you don't want to talk about." I'm like, dude, do you think that shit's on my mind right now?
Yeah.
I just told my son something similar.
Yeah, if we get into it, I mean, what the hell? No, what
I'm
the
like,
hell?
real life trumps. Real life trumps this shit. Okay, I'm just getting back into the flow. Real life trumps this shit, and it's
Man.
like,
Charles, man, you was up there talking about North Carolina, man. You make me want to. I'm gonna take a drive down there this summer, man.
yeah, you got to. It's beautiful. Go get you some 30-round magazines, some cheap ammo. Go get you some cheap liquor, some great
Real shit.
cigars. Matter of fact, I might go back down there this summer too. Might just be like, you know what? Fuck it. Sit up there on the porch. You'd be surprised how peaceful it is and how peaceful it was when me and my uncle sat on my grandfather's porch. He's smoking his Newports, and I'm smoking my cigars, and we're just sipping on some Remy Martin VSOP. Just talking. This is the first time in a while he talks to his nephew, and he's talking to an equal. And he's actually commending me on how well mannered and how well raised my son is. That he's very respectful, very helpful.
That's
You
great
raised
to
your
hear,
son.
man.
My grandfather used to say that he is so well respectful. So he just loves being him. He's a good kid. Pester me about getting his boxing book, but I'll get it. I'll order it today when I get back on the desk. But you know, a lot of people don't understand. We're real. We have real families, real kids, real wives, girlfriends, whatever you got. If you got a boyfriend and you're male, like people don't understand something. I don't care if I have gay subscribers. I really don't care. I'll put it out there. I don't care. If you like the content, go ahead. I respect a guy who would say, guess what? I wish we had a James Baldwin in this generation. Wouldn't that fuck shit up, wouldn't it? Should I say that again?
Say it again.
I wish we had a James Baldwin in this generation. No matter what the fuck he did in his bedroom, he was black first. He was a black man first. But why don't you hear the LGBT put James Baldwin out on their posters? Should I say that again? Why don't you put him out on the posters? Because you know he would be diametrically opposed to your bullshit.
No, instead they put Lil Nas X and what's the other nigga name?
Shit.
What's
There's another
homeboy
one?
name? Damn, I forgot his name. Well, you get the point.
What happened? I always ask this, and now it's like what? In about a few. Next week is gonna be Pride Month.
Next week?
Like, well, the start of what? That Sunday, June 1st.
No. Next week is Memorial Day, so I'm thinking like the Pride. Oh, Pride Month is June.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So, you telling me that Pride gets a whole summer month, and we got to share Juneteenth with that shit?
Well, Charles, it's gay black people too, Charles. They'll say some stupid shit like that.
But what did I just say before I made that statement? I don't mind if I have gay men or gay women who are my subscribers. But the thing is, you better be black first.
Right.
I got black Muslims. Sandog is Muslim. Philip D. Redding is Muslim. I got black Christians who follow me. I got black truck drivers, black engineers, black pharmacists, black military personnel. But they're black first. Why would I look down upon a gay black man or a gay lesbian woman if they support the cause and they support it earnestly and honestly? But you won't hear that. Oh, I know my detractors say, oh, he supports homosexuality. Nope, did not say that. I support people who support the cause. You want to see a better black community? Come on, let's see what your medal is. But no, we're not going to hear fucking fundamental shit like this. But go ahead, I'm going to push these things over.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man, it's real talk, man.
But in between that, I want to get your opinions. Why don't they post up James Baldwin? Wasn't he about freedom? Wasn't he about equality, justice, liberty? Just talk about that for a second.
I'll say this, and this is just from my view, because he wasn't propping up a black woman first, right? Women first, right?
Cool, James Baldwin.
Yeah. It wasn't about condemning black men in order to prop up black women first.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. Is he was talking about real shit because the times they was living in was real. These motherfuckers today, they've never been through a struggle. Even our generation, we came up in the crack era. We had to deal with stop and frisk. This generation of black people, they never been through shit. So they have to manufacture everything to make themselves, because that's how they view being black. You know, you have to be oppressed and shit. That's why they're all over the place with it. One day it's white supremacy, the next day it's colorism, the next day it's black men, it's misogyny, it's patriarchy, it's back to the white man. They all over the fucking place because really they don't have a fucking struggle. They have to manufacture a goddamn struggle. This is why feminism has become so prevalent. So of course James Baldwin don't fit in because James Baldwin was from an era when there were real goddamn issues going on. James Baldwin banged white men, but he didn't stop being fucking black, and he wasn't black second. These motherfuckers nowadays, they're more worried about fitting in with everybody else. That's why I was going on my rant about Diddy and all that shit. Because because everybody wants to use him as a jump off point to fucking look good for motherfuckers at CNN and shit. You know? Oh, we gotta speak out against people harming women. Shut the fuck up. You don't care. You just want to sound like a social justice warrior because everybody's a fucking keyboard warrior versus people in the 60s who was really out there, really getting blown up in fucking churches, really getting hung from trees, really going to war with the fucking FBI. So your black ass today can sit on the bus where you want and then talk shit about Martin Luther King because he allegedly cheated on his wife with some white women. You take pictures with your fist halfway in the fucking air while you scream Black Power, and then you hop on Twitter and talk shit about those very Black Panthers. Oh, they were misogynistic. Oh, they beat up women.
You know, angry black man. One of the most disgusting pictures I could ever see. And who was that? Michelle Wallace put up a black power fist with fucking Gloria Steinem.
Oh man,
you bitches gotta be some of the most disgusting, disloyal creatures. There would be no black power if there were no black men. But you trade all that in just to be on the cover of Miss Magazine with your white queen. This is the reason why you project so much. Why you think we want white women so much? Because you want to be her. The only bitch in the planet who could go to a Miss Japan beauty pageant and win.
Hey,
Did any of
damn it,
you
go ahead.
did any of you bitches represent the half Japanese? Shout out to Art New Style who's in the chat listening. Woo! When he brought up the point, any of these black women go to that half black and Japanese 2015 Miss Japan. Did y'all come to her defense?
Mm.
But yet, all you chicks in fucking HR, knowing how important a black man needs a job, knowing will give it to your skanky ass girlfriend who's gonna fuck up work for everybody instead of giving that position to a competent black man just to spite you and just to put her print on. Gonna say this again, black man, you have no allies. You have none. Allies.
None.
My man Dapper Don's a travesty.
Shit makes a man think, man, he should form his own militia or something.
Don't talk like
Lord.
that. Don't talk like
Lord.
that.
Oh Lord. Oh Lord.
Black men are going to have to move forward and start learning how to do things just for them. Leave women the fuck out of it. Because frankly, most of these black women don't deserve your fucking time. And black women are going to have to start seeing this. That this new black man coming up is moving differently. And it's kind of already happening. You're kind of already seeing a lot of women bitch about this now. Hey, I was on the subway and nobody offered me a seat. Hey, why you niggas got a section over there in the club and ain't no women over there with you? Bitch, because they not checking for you.
You're too dangerous. You're too dangerous. You've gotten to the point where you're too dangerous to deal with. I hate to say it, but that's what it came down to. Why would I take a bet when there's an 80% chance you're going to divorce me, take half, if not most of my money, disenfranchise me with your disloyal, with your discernment, and then turn my kids against me, talk about me, and I'm supposed to convince young black men that you're the best choice for them. Them motherfucking them young teenage black boys and young 20-year-old black men would spit in my face. You want us to see you as the best? Convince us. As a matter of fact, convince yourselves. And this is not even about any black hate, any black woman hate. It's just the truth. I wish I could see a bunch of black wives everywhere. I really do. I'm not going to get the type of woman my grandfather's wife is. I'm not going to see the women of my grandmother's day. Yes, they had their faults, but I'm not going to get that. You know what I'm going to get? I'm going to get excuses. I'm going to get, well, you didn't pour into me for me to be feminine.
Boy, I felt that when you said excuses. I felt that shit. Your modern black woman is filled with fucking excuses. You have to bring the femininity out of me.
I accidentally kicked myself out. But you should have put the femininity in me.
You have to handle me.
No, I'm supposed to put masculine in you, bitch. My dick. That's what I'm supposed to be putting in you.
Hey, y'all, define handle. When someone says you need to handle me, like, define that.
That to me, that always sound like, one of the dudes in the circus that's bringing out the tigers and the bears and shit. That's what that always sound like to me. I'm not a fucking circus trainer. Or like a what's the guy that work at the stable? He fuck with all the horses and shit. I'm not that. I don't want to handle you. That sounds like a wild beast.
Well, the guys that handle horses, they're called buck breakers.
Well, when they mean handle, they're talking about bearing. Like you're supposed to be like that. Just an endless reservoir. Capable of containing all of her chaos and turmoil and calamity.
In other words, put up with her bullshit. Put up with her nasty attitude. Put up with the violence, the actual physical violence. Put up with the non-cooperativeness. You don't want to cooperate. You don't want to listen. You're argumentative. You're combative. That's what they mean. Handle me. Put up with my shit.
Well, that sounds like tolerate. But when you use the word tolerate, then it starts an argument. But they rather use the word handle.
Handling
and tolerating is two different things.
They talk about handle. They talk about tolerate dumb shit. I'm not gonna handle you like the wild beast because they got, you don't handle wild beasts. You hunt them, or they hunt you, or you stay the fuck out of each other's way. But you can't. You're not strong enough to handle me. I don't think Superman's strong enough to handle your big ass.
You just don't like a strong woman. No, I don't.
Nah, yeah, I be hearing a bunch of boutique built bitches. Slim chicks saying that shit, especially on that Pop the Balloon show.
I need to handle you. No, what you need to get a handle on is your sanity.
Well, you damn right. Before your sanity lead to your destruction or others.
My father never told me what to do. I see.
I can know
tell.
why he didn't, because the nigga got smart and he left before you grew up. My father don't tell me what to do. That's why your father don't have contact with you.
Yeah. This is why you don't know how to deal with a man. Because you never had a fucking father.
I want to be handled. Handled? Like, who the fuck wants to handle? Nigga. Handle?
What's my reward for handling you, by the way?
More bitching.
What the fuck do I get for it, by the way?
More complaining.
More chaos.
Stress. Blood clots. Your scrotum going back into your stomach.
Chaos, nonsense.
Weight gain. Cortisol going through the roof. Cholesterol getting out of control. Diabetes. A pussy that looks like it got bed sheets for lips.
Ass crack with old ass toilet paper.
Oh yeah. A BBL that's so big I don't completely wipe clean. You get to have what 30 other men had. I'm sorry, 50.
Real men don't care about body counts. They just make up shit.
Like,
Yeah,
well, yeah,
nowadays,
and you hear the guys too trying to spread that onto other guys.
you know,
Like, don't care about that, man.
bullshit. You bitch got so many bodies that you could consider that bitch pussy a multiverse.
It's the simps needing you to simp with them, dude. Go, hey, knock yourself out, dude.
Are you saying that simps need validation now too?
Oh yeah, simps need validation. That's a t-shirt right there. Simps need love too, Craig. I mean, you want a bitch who got so much speed up in her that it's considered a multiverse? I mean, go right ahead. Got more bodies than Arlington National Cemetery. That's all you get.
If you're with your boy and all you want to talk about is man, just chicks, you know what I mean, how good they're looking, what you want to do to them and shit, you got a problem.
And I mean, when those chicks, I mean, think about it. You know the chick pussy busted if all she wanted to do was anal.
So
Yeah,
she can
give it to
have,
me.
she want 2 Grand Canyons, huh?
I mean, shit, look like the big hole on Jupiter, the big red spot. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, this can't do what men do. Well, why can't we just fuck around like we want? Okay, let me show you why. But we only call you between the hours of 12 to 5. That's why. That's so fucked up. You think we more than pussy? Yeah. It's the problem is not us, it's you.
Yeah, damn right on that one.
Think about it. Here's another quotable for everybody, right? Put this in the chat. The first person to ever put a price tag on your pussy was your mother.
Wow.
Some deep
Yeah.
shit, isn't it? If he
Yeah.
can't do this for you, if he don't have this type of job, you don't give him no pussy. You wonder why it was so easy for parents to give away their kids to R. Kelly, like we spoke about earlier? Look who put the price tag up. Your daughter's virginity was worth a pair of front row R. Kelly tickets and about $10,000 spending money. The fucked up part about it, she getting banged out by grown men, and she doesn't even get to reap none of the rewards because you spent it all. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it.
You know, there was a time when parents would want their daughters with a well-off-to-do man because you didn't want your daughter to struggle. You wanted your daughter taken care of. These bitches was pimping their daughter to R. Kelly for shopping money.
Yeah. Let's go back into this magical time called the 80s. How many of these bitches pimp their daughters out to their drug dealer boyfriends for their stay?
What?
Oh, those are the best kept secrets, right?
Come on, man. Man, 80s and 90s? Shit. What?
You know, it's like my favorite movie, Rise of the Hobosexual. But I'm bad. I'm evil. I ain't shit for telling this shit that I've witnessed. Why is your daughter 15, but your daughter's boyfriend is a fucking truck driver who's 27, 30? Why does your daughter have a baby?
Why is that a normal thing where high school girls can go and date older men that have already graduated? No one wants to talk about that.
Nobody.
And the same bitches get on Twitter and bitch about men fucking younger women. Like you bitches are so performative, man.
I told you them bitches project so much. The shit ought to be in IMAX 4K.
Y'all know goddamn well y'all was the main ones with a 24-year-old nigga pulling up in front of that fucking school when school let out, and you hopping in his fucking car.
And his dick.
Girls used to tell me to my face, "Oh, you too young for me." Me and the bitch the same age.
Y'all
"Oh, you
both
too young for
14.
me." Would tell
Both
me to
14.
my fucking face.
Oh, you know how many times down St. Lo Drive I've seen that shit? I know goddamn well no nigga up here driving no goddamn Lexus unless he's selling some major coke. He hop out of that car and she got a nigga with a beard with a tinge of gray in it.
And then lie, and it's now a new slang and say, "Oh, that's my daddy right there." Oh, you mean your sugar daddy? Okay, I got you.
And they didn't have to fucking lie. Everybody knew what it was.
Mm-hmm.
Young boys learned that at an early age, man.
You can't compete. That's why I said, how many motherfuckers dated the prettiest girl in the school? If you did, you're lucky, because most of the time you didn't, especially in the black community, because she had an older boyfriend who drove.
And the mother knew all about it.
The mother was getting some dick off the side too.
I'm gonna say this too, because every state is different. But I know for Maryland specifically, I don't even think they changed the law. Do you know the consent law in terms of marriage in Maryland? Do you know the age?
Age of consent is 15 to get married. You could be, age of consent is 16, but to get married, you could be what, 15 with your parents' permission?
In Maryland.
In
That's what I'm
Maryland?
saying. Like in Maryland. That's what I'm saying. Like, think about that.
Yeah, 16 is the age of consent.
But this is stuff that people don't want to talk about. Oh, okay, I got you.
There's a reason why 16 is the age of consent, but continue.
Yeah, like at the age of 16, if your parents say that's cool, you can go ahead and marry that older man. That is state law. With permission, they can do that. But no one wants to bring that up. That's crazy. The other thing too, not to change it, but there's a reason why they never really they were fighting hard for the Freaknik documentary not to come out, because there's a lot of faces on there. They was like, I don't want people knowing what I was doing back then. It's like, oh, okay, I got you. I'll stop right there, Charles.
No, you keep going, because I'm going to the office real quick.
Yeah, so like when I was in high school in the 90s, like y'all said, I saw it all the time. I saw it all the time. And then next thing you know, like there was this one girl that I was interested in, and she was interested in me, but she was trying to play both sides, not knowing that she got knocked up by this older man that already graduated. She was like freaking 16 years old. So then she had to leave for a little bit because of the pregnancy, and then she had to come back and finish school. I was like, but no one wants to talk about that. And the crazy thing is, and I heard it on a different clip, but it's true to the core, right? No matter what she is, who she is, how much money she has, she would drop that for the man that she's attracted to. So this is how you see like these, as you would call it, powerful women, right? Sitting there putting money on people's books in jail. So I'm just waiting for him to get out. It's like, so when we talk about choices and you get mad at that, attraction is not a choice. I'll say that. I'll leave it right there. I'll leave it for the rest of the family.
Not gonna lie, you're right about that.
Nobody wants to be held to their choices anymore because, quite frankly, it's too easy. I'm going to blame this guy for getting me pregnant. I'm pretty sure you played a part in it. Especially since you're the one who got 33 different contraceptives. We don't. Yeah. You know? Kind of hard to be like, I don't want the baby. You know, all these chicks always tell you, I didn't think he was a good father. The macho man alone go see with you. Oh, yeah. Said 18 is the age of consent in only 10 states out of 50. God damn. And believe it or not, in some states before recently, the age of consent used to be 14. Gee, I wonder why.
Again, where's the mothers that's angry about this? Where's the outrage? Somebody's lying, man.
Aren't they the same chicks that say go out and have your fun?
Somebody's lying, man. You can't keep telling me that everybody's mad at R. Kelly and shit, but yet you see no outrage when this type of shit goes on. Somebody is fucking lying, man.
And they will coach their kids to go put that man on child support, that older man on child support, or they'll do something even slicker, not put him on child support and threaten to go tell the police if he doesn't pay a certain amount of money.
And then put him on child support anyway.
And put him on there anyway once the gig is up.
And then he has to pay all that back pay because it wasn't being reported by the state. So he's like paying triple.
Yeah. Remember, that insurance policy. Every time you know what the theme song ought to be for fucking the child support courts?
What?
Here we go. All rise. That's all you should hear. All rise. All rise.
Boy, talk about a useless institution.
And God knows I could never be a mayor or governor or president because I would revamp the system to such a way where I would just say, there's no fucking possible way you were taking care of these children.
I would just get rid of it all at this point. Dead ass. I would get rid of it all. No more Section 8. No more food stamps. No more nothing. Only thing I would leave is unemployment. And I would give you 6 months. You got 6 months, buddy. Use it wisely.
The only way you get to stay on unemployment or anything like that, in my personal opinion, if you serve the country.
Unemployment and disability.
Yeah, that's it.
All this other shit, gone. No more welfare. No more rent vouchers. None of it.
It's fucking disgusting. Because the people who need it don't get it. And the people who get it don't need it.
312,
When I saw a broad on Section 8 have a 4-bedroom, 3-bathroom house in Rosedale, that's when I was done with the system. Four-bedroom, 3-bathroom, driveway, garage, front and backyard.
On the state's dime.
On the state's fucking dime. I was done with the system after that. I saw that shit with my own eyes. I said, oh yeah, I'm done with this. And you got black women out here really, you know what I mean, like really just pushing this narrative that black women are doing so goddamn great. Ma'am, the government subsidizes you.
They're doing so great, but they're being oppressed at the same time.
You black men don't take care of your kids. Yeah, bitch, that's how you got that Section 8 house. You can't have it both ways. Meanwhile, there's a guy going down to VA right now getting denied. Your hearing loss is it's not service related.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, I'm at 50%, and it should really be higher. There's guys who serve their country, and they giving their ass. They're getting people are giving them their ass to kiss to get what they earned, not deserve, earned.
I mean, not to get on this tangent, I'm just going to say a little bit, and then just not to switch the subject, but just like those individuals that went overseas during the Vietnam era and freaking got sprayed with Agent Orange, and they're suffering from cancer to this very day, and they have to fight for it. They have to fight for the freaking disability.
Let me tell you something. If it was me, if I was running things, every person who have seen active combat, I'm not going to say you would be rich, but I would say you probably wouldn't have to go to work. You can get a job if you want to, but you wouldn't be hurt. Put it this way, you wouldn't be hurting. If it was up to me, your military ID would pay for a lot of shit. Oh, you need a back surgery, Mr. Faulkner? All right, let me see that military ID. Okay, bam, paid for. Oh, your kid needs glasses? Okay, paid for. Got to go to the dentist? Show your military ID.
For federal service. Federal service.
If it was up to me, if people that seen active combat, you wouldn't have to do much but wait for the first of the month. You wouldn't have to do much more than that fucking with me.
Think about it. We don't even repay our debt to the people who keep this country afloat.
What's the current population right now for that 1%?
What you said?
What's the current population? 1% of that people that currently serve.
1/2
of the population.
1/2 or 1% at any given time protects the country of the population of it.
And then those individuals that live off of like the states, in terms of like what you're talking about, like welfare and all that, what is the percentage of the population of that?
Good God. Let's find out.
Think about what I'm saying. We're talking about people who possibly never served.
Never served, never worked. Yeah.
%12.5% of the population.
Think about that. And those are the ones that got to go and fight for disability.
I'm sorry. It actually grew higher. 19% of the U.S. population.
Jesus Christ.
Guess what race is on the most food stamps? White. 37% of white people, 26% of black, 16% of Hispanic, 3% Asian, 2% Native American.
26% of black people get food stamps. And who do you think is getting the majority of that? Black women.
Yeah, think about it. That child is your lifeline.
So in retrospect, the deadbeat black man is kind of like a blessing.
You know, historically, black men, when they talk about black men left their wives, black men either did two things. They had to move up north or west to find work and send the money back, which you don't hear in a lot of stories, or they had to leave the house for the welfare man to come give them fucking stamps or money. He had to sacrifice his time being with his family. And then guess what? What happened was a lot of those chicks started catching on, so they would put their husbands out. If you're gonna tell a lie, tell it a little bit better. That's what I always say.
Let's add another piece to that. Because you're on the system, because you can't take care of yourself, right? Because you have to get these subsidies as well as the child support. How much is that is deductible in taxes?
I mean, let's take a consideration of this, right? When my father came out of Vietnam, he said, do you know a lot of people didn't want to hire them because they thought they were going to be crazy vets?
I think that movie First Blood says it best. Said back in Nam, I was in charge of $1 million equipment. Then I come home and I can't get a job parking cars.
Yeah. What did the Osley brothers say? You know, Harvard for the world, dress me up for battle, because all I want is peace. Those who make the biggest sacrifice always come home with the least. Think about it. That movie First Blood, that movie for Rambo First Blood is a fucking classic, by the way. That was literally the rage of a Vietnam vet. We went into war we shouldn't have been in. To do what? And guess what my father said? All it was a drug war. All it was a drug war. You had the poppy seeds and you smuggled the shit through the bodies.
Well, like, hey, I said it before. It's not a coincidence that Frank Lucas was selling a lot of heroin during the Vietnam War. Just by coincidence. Well, how did he get the drugs from Vietnam? Oh, he just so happened to smuggle them in United States Air Force planes and shit,
bags.
Yeah. What a coinky dink. Like, dog, don't like so basically what Frank Lucas was the 60s version of Rick Ross.
Pretty much.
Let's find some nigga to be the front man for our government drug dealing here.
Pretty much.
Like, I said that shit. Like, I'm like, yo, ain't no way in hell you telling me this is a true story. So this man was bringing dope from Vietnam, of all fucking places.
Yeah.
On United States United States Armed Forces airplanes, and nobody knew this?
Of course they knew, because they kept the receipts.
Bullshit.
And was so smooth with it. Smooth as fucking ice with it.
Bullshit. Don't tell me they didn't know this.
Of course they're not going to notice because they got their cut not to notice. Simple.
Big ass narco war.
But yet, there's a reason why Pablo Escobar was hunted down by Delta Force. He was amassing too much power. But guess who were the ones that put him into power? I mean, think about it. We talk about real gangsters, but nobody want to talk about Oliver North. Old Ollie North, baby. See, y'all forget we're 80s kids. We watched a lot of TV. And the one thing that was pleasurable about watching TV was you learned a lot of shit. Some goddamn. And now he's an American political commentator. He was a lieutenant colonel in the fucking United States Marine Corps. Oh, yeah, by the way, I'm going to read this off of Wikipedia real quick. During the Iran-Contra trial, North spent his last 2 years on active duty assigned to Headquarters Marine Corps in Arlington County, Virginia. He submitted his request to retire from the Marine Corps effective May 1st, 1988. Following his indictment for conspiracy to defraud the United States by channeling the profits from United States arms sales to the Contras rebels in Nicaragua. After his trial and felony convictions, all convictions were reversed on appeal. So guess what? That motherfucker got out with a lieutenant colonel retirement, full military honors.
Son of a bitch should have been prosecuted as a traitor.
Should have.
All right, Ollie, look here. You're gonna have to take this one on the chin, all right? Now you keep your mouth shut. We look out for you.
We'll get you out. Keep your mouth shut. We're gonna take care of you. The individual members of the prosecution team had isolated themselves from news reports, discussions of Oliver North's testimony, while the defense could show no specific instance in which North's congressional testimony was used in his trial. The Court of Appeals ruled that the trial judge made insufficient examination of the issue. Consequently, North's convictions were reversed. After further hearings on the immunity issue, Judge Gassell dismissed all charges against North on September 16th, 1991. Wow.
It pays, don't it?
Wow. Not only does he gets all his shit back.
And then gets a sweet TV gig.
Sweet ass TV gig. Boy, that's how you use your white privilege, boy. That's how you use your white privilege exactly.
If you go to Wikipedia, they even show his mugshot. He still gets his. Wow. I tell you, man, this world's a lot weirder than it was. But y'all, but people don't want to talk about shit like this, right? You don't want to talk about shit like this. Yeah, you're right, Shaka Nulu. They called them baby killers.
About to make me a couple of ham sandwiches, man.
Good old Ollie North.
Oh man, I'm fucking thirsty.
Oh man. Let me get out of here, folks. We'll do this again probably. Might do it tomorrow. Nobody doing a show, so thank you everybody for coming up.
Yeah, I'll holler at you tomorrow, though, bro. Thanks for having me on.
All right.
All right, boys,
All
take
right.
it easy, man.
All right,
Anybody
peace,
got-
y'all.
All right, man.
Woo!